Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Bronze Reaper podcast. I'm your host, Rosalind Perkins, and welcome back. I got a violation strike, everybody. So yeah, that's why y'all haven't seen me. And our show went off on Friday because I got a violation strike. So we back, everybody. The reason why I got a violation strike is because what I said about they call it a terrorism group, and they say I violated those laws. So hey, you got to pay the piper, man. And it was a short that I did. So yeah, it happens, everybody. If you're a podcaster, definitely be aware. So yeah, but we got a great show today. We're talking about Juneteenth. Let me see what's popping in the live chat right now. Get the live chat, you know, on and popping. Oh shit! St. Michael's here early, man. St. Michael's, you ran out of picking cans today, man. Yeah, that's our buddy. Everybody, St. Michael's. He don't got a job. He just collects cans and stuff. So how's picking out the trash going? St. Michael's. Let us know. So yeah, I got a violation strike talking about your people, the potato slaves. You know. It happens. But I hope everybody's doing good today. Today I went down to Juneteenth got stuff ready in Boston. So, I'm back. It wasn't too long. I think next year, I'm gonna be hands on with Juneteenth next year, and I'm gonna be at the meetings. I'm gonna be at a lot of stuff next year. So definitely, I will be doing live streams. Everyone knows that anti-white rhetoric isn't censored on, so I assume it was a no. It was a violation strike. It was the terrorism group in your country. I was talking about. Um, they say I violated those laws, so I really could. I'll still try to fight it, but it is what it is, man. I gotta take it. I gotta take it how it is. Move out. Your mom's place and get a job. St. Michael's, I do got a job. How you think I pay for most of this stuff? I pay for all of this. Everything that we need. Got a $400 portable fucking air conditioner. I got the lights. Got a mirror over here. I got two fucking whiteboards. Yeah, we doing good over here, player. So it's all right, man. There's nothing wrong. Well, there is a problem if you're picking out the garbage. Like we can start a GoFundMe for you. See what type of bridges you didn't burn. So he's mad because he picks out the garbage. We paid for this nice Alexander Usyk picture. The War of the Angels, War in Heaven, the Grim Reaper. You know, the greatest basketball player of all time, Bill Russell. We got the young Dolph, Black Jesus, the Dark Vader with his little two minions. Like I paid for all of this, man. Um, but the money that you do send, it does go there too. Um, I got a violation strike for it. St. Michael's. I can't do nothing about it. I apologize that I wasn't here last week. Last week was booming. I will tell you that. Your terrorism group in Ireland. I was talking about that, and I should have been talking about that. So they violated me for that. So I had to stop. You know that your unemployment and with you. I haven't talked to my mother in like fuck. Before my uncle's funeral, I haven't talked to my mother in 5 years. St. Michael's. I talk to my father now and then, but I depend on myself. So I don't get it, St. Michael's. You know, if you have a great relationship with your parents, by all means, congratulations. I don't have a great relationship with my mother. You know, you be living under a bridge if your mom, told you to move on. St. Michael's, I got money, man. I make a good paycheck, man. I be making good, man. You know, so it's what you expect, man. So it's you can't beat me up for being great, man. You know, it's obvious as fuck, bro. Nah, I personally don't talk to my mama, but thank you. I do appreciate that. You know, but yeah, it's like I said, man. With those things, I get it. So I can't do that type of stuff. So yeah, just gotta respect the laws of the land. You know, I'm not gonna argue. I'm just gonna respect it. You know, that's all we can do. St. Michael's, let me ask you a question. What do you know about Juneteenth? Let me see how great your American education is. What do you know about Juneteenth? You know, you know. It's just a question. And if you don't know, it's all right. There's nothing wrong with not knowing. I don't know a lot of stuff. And you know what I do? I just try to learn it, you know? Like I said, there's nothing wrong with not like knowing, you know? So if you don't know, this is gonna be a good show today, you know? It's gonna be a great show, you know, you might learn a little bit of something. Or you might have like a cool little debate. I'm only asking in Texas 2 years after slavery ended, some small community. Uh, he said, "You stink." He said, "Give me a second. You stink of unemployment so bad that it comes through the screen." Oh, okay. Only thing you smell is dirty Gabbana. That's all you see. The D&G, man. But it's all right. But yeah, you're kind of right. You know, it was the abolishment. One thing you do got right is it was the abolish abolishment of slavery. They abolished slavery on that day in June. Texas was the last. Yes, you are right about that. Reason why it's an independent. It's like when let me ask you a question. It's the same thing like on 4th of July, Independence Day, when Americans or white, white savage Europeans said that you know what, we're not gonna be taxed by the English anymore. Fuck that. We are gonna be our own people. So they fought. Just like Black Americans fought. It wasn't Abraham Lincoln's. A lot of y'all motherfuckers was gonna die that night. And Abraham Lincoln saved y'all. I don't even think Abraham Lincoln knew that he saved y'all, you know. So you are kind of right, yes. But there is more to it. You know, yeah, it's yeah, white savage European. Yeah, white savage Europeans. You think? Let me ask you a question. You think when all of them left England, they sent the best over? No, they sent the crazy. They sent the murderers. They sent the exile of people, the Bible thumpers, the child predators. Like, what you think they sent over? You think they sent their best over? The only people that they sent the best over was the businessmen. Say like, yo, we can make money out of here. That was it. But they sent the crazy, the savage, the child predators, the predators. You know, they sent them over there. Yeah, it's all right. You know, what would you be? What would the world be without if thing is no this? Who's it? Didas? Who the fuck is Didas? Let me look him up. Don't give a Duncan A. Didas. Give me a sec. I don't know what Didas is, so let me look it up. Uh, Dennis. Oh, it's a racial slang. Oh, would you reading the encyclopedia, the old English encyclopedia? There's nothing. English say derogatory contraction. The word didn't do. Oh, okay. I always tell my coach, I was like, white people are so funny. Congratulations. He called me a racial slur. St. Michael's, what the fuck is wrong with you? Don't forget, you just became white. You know, like we gotta. If we really gonna talk about, you just became white, like not even 100 years ago. They didn't consider you white. All of a sudden, you get a little whiteness, and you're better than everybody. The only person you got is Larry Bird, and that's it. And that's where we start. And a few good wrestlers like Sheamus, but he's not an Irish American. He's a Irishman or Irish European. It's a legit. Oh, it was a legit joke back then. Don't pretend you did. No, I personally didn't. I didn't know. St. Michael's. I was in the streets, man. I don't know what I'm gonna be personally honest with you, St. Michael's. I don't know what you white people do. You white people don't amuse me. Even when I was hanging around y'all, I thought y'all was weird. You know, and I'm gonna be personally honest. I thought y'all motherfuckers was weird. So to this day, I still think y'all was weird. You know. Statistically speaking, as an FBA, you're between 13 and 33% on average. This nigga. Shout out to you, St. Michael's. He trying to claim me. You see this? St. Michael's is trying to claim Black Daddy now. So, okay, okay. St. Michael, why you trying to claim me, player man? Come on, don't do that. Give me a second. Let me fix this. I want, yeah. I want to see all my pictures, you know. So I will say this, St. Michael's. I might have a little bit of white in me. Who knows, man? I don't know, man. An admixture, okay. A very mixture when compared to actual Africans. Like if you lived in South Africa, their government would classify you as a color rather than I don't give a fuck about Africa, St. Michael's. I'm gonna be personally honest. St. Michael's, let me ask you a question. What state are you in? I want to know what state you in, man. I was always wondering what state you are in. At least you answer question. A lot of people don't answer questions. You know? Yeah, right there. Yeah, what state are you in, man? The reason why I asked you a question so I could get a better idea of your ideology. You seem like you got like a Midwest, Mid South. Obviously, you give me a person who's from Idaho that lives in a mobile home, you know. And like I know I joke about where you're from, I just don't know where you're from, you know. So uh, there's an obvious reason they classify you as color rather than black. Blue, no, the obvious. Ooh, Pennsylvania. Oh, okay. Shout out to Pennsylvania, man. You give me a woman. Well, now I understand why you talk the way you talk now. And there's nothing wrong with that, St. Michael. All I'm gonna say is this. I'm gonna change this up a little bit, everybody. cool, perfect. The reason why I asked that, man, and it's cool. I like Pennsylvania. There's a lot of racism in Pennsylvania. I will tell you that. That's why you talk the way you. And I don't, you know me, I don't mind. It's cool, you know. You probably are Amish or something like that. And you know them Amish women. You better be careful, St. Michael's, with the Amish women. They like black penis. I will tell you that. Yes, they do believe in God, and they might be Bible thumpers, but Ezekiel don't know that Miss Rebecca likes the BBC. So yeah, definitely be careful, St. Michael's, man. Yeah, but that's good that you know the basics about Juneteenth. Let me ask you a question. I don't know if you do see that because you're not in the black community. Um, do you think, and this is just me asking questions. Do you think is being infiltrated by Africans? I just want a white point of view. I want to see what a white man thinks. You know, you are Irish, but you are a white man. You know, you're technically a white man. Is it where I grew up? Where were you growing up at St. Michael's? You know, we're just waiting till people come in the room and stuff like that. I like, you know me, I always like talking to you and stuff like that. You know, like I said, Nevada is where I spent. Oh, shout out to Nevada, man. You know, oh, so did let me ask you how did you survive in all that heat? You don't got no melanin, St. Michael's. You because you're from Ireland, man. So how you survive in Las Vegas, man? Did you come up when the sun was down? Did you go outside when the sun comes down? What did you do? I think if all the FBAs were to leave the US could defund the pool. Put it this way, St. Michael's, America wouldn't survive. Yeah, America wouldn't survive. You know, like don't forget, St. Michael's. Um, if they really wanted Black Americans to leave, we could have left years ago. We could have left generations ago. It's just you got to understand, y'all fucked up when you reclassified Black people. You know, it wasn't just it was. I'm gonna say this. It was a Walter Plecker thing, but Walter Plecker evolutionized that all over, evolutionalized that all over America. You know, it wasn't as bad as the Argentinians. You know, the Argentinians is. I would never personally go to Argentina because it's probably one of the most racist countries ever. I think it's worse than America. How would America not survive? Because don't forget, a lot of your money, a lot of your taxes come out of Black Americans. A lot of middle class things come out of Black Americans. A lot of upper class money comes out of Black Americans. So you'll lose a lot of money, St. Michael's. Yes, it is a percentage. It's probably what 3 or 4% of really rich people that are Black American. But you got to understand, a lot of that money, a lot of those people who pays taxes, a lot of that comes out of the Black culture. Yes, from music to culture to investments, economics. Yes, a lot of that shit comes out. And the thing about it, I might not know a lot, but a lot of it comes out of Black Americans. You know, influence, inspirations. A lot of that shit you will lose, St. Michael's. A lot of businesses you'll lose because of Black influence. Yes, entertainment. Was it finances, businesses? Yes. Like put it this way, St. Michael's, would you really want to risk losing all these billion-dollar companies and influences going to England, Australia, even Africa? America will be a second-class country without Black Americans. Look, I'm gonna give you another example. White America has the head of the seat, and Republicans had the head of the seat for the last 2 years. Y'all dropped the ball. Y'all dropped the ball. Black Americans step back and say, do your thing. We're staying out of it. All y'all did was kill, beat up, embezzle, steal. Was it put in jail? Like like I said, man, y'all can't do anything without Black America. Black America is so important to America. Don't forget, Black Americans is the most patriotic people in America. You know. Sure. Argument. What would the U.S. do if like like I said, y'all would be a second class country, St. Michael's, because it there will be no reason to come to America. People come to America because of black culture. They don't come to America because of white culture. We could get white culture in Europe. You can't get black American culture anywhere, St. Michael's. This is why everybody dreams of coming here. People dream of coming. This is why people know about New York. This is why people know about California, Atlanta, Texas. Niggas don't know about Pennsylvania. They don't be like, oh, I want to go to Pennsylvania because of that white guy. No, they want to go to New York because of hip hop. They want to go to California because of the California culture, the black culture. You know, you probably don't even know what the word minstrel means. I gotta think about it. I think I heard of it, but I don't know right now. St. Michael's. But St. Michael's, that's not the question. We are talking about. I asked you a question. No, actually, you asked me a question. You say if Afro, no, you actually made a statement. I apologize. You made a statement. Your statement was if Black Americans left or foundational Black Americans left America, you could defund the police. Absolutely not. And the reason why, St. Michael's, a lot of these Europeans and a lot of white racial people are violent. All this violence is from y'all. Don't forget, St. Michael's. If we leave, we're only 13%. We're only 13%, St. Michael's. But you also have to understand, most of the violence come from y'all. So if we would defund the police, y'all start killing each other. Y'all can't even protect old Charlie. Like, come on. You can't even protect old Charlie. You know? So what about that? That's not what I'm asking, St. Michael's. You gotta answer the question. Let me see what this man's talking about. Uh, a minstrel, somebody who travel, a medieval musician who entertainer. I mean, musical entertainer or a poet who travels from place to place, singing verses often to the. Oh, minstrel. That's what it was. I was saying maestro. Jesus Christ, minstrel. Offer to accomplishments of the hearts. Um, St. Michael's, a lot of Black Americans travel entertaining, such as Kendrick Lamar. Who else? And when you're talking poet, music can be poetry, such as Tupac. Tupac was a poet before he was an artist. Well, he was a entertainer before he was an artist, but he always was into poet. You know, Yeah, you'll be surprised, St. Michael's. The thing is, I'm gonna say this. I sound like an African when I say that. The thing is, Africans say that a lot. Um, the person personally, St. Michael's, you're not around enough black people to understand. You're not even around a lot of black culture. Can I ask you a question, St. Michael's? Have you ever been to a black cookout before? It's just, excuse me, it's just a question. Have you ever been to a black cookout before? You know, it's just a question. It's yes or no. It doesn't have to be nothing serious or nothing like, oh man, yada yada yada. It's a metaphor for clowns. No, no, absolutely not. Saint Michael. But I need you to answer my question. I looked up the definition and I was saying it wrong. Uh, but go on. Have you ever been to a black cookout? And the word I think you probably look for is a jester. I believe a jester. Uh, I didn't ask you. Do you? I know you went to the hood to get some meth or drugs. But no, I'm asking you. Have you ever been to a cookout, a Black American cookout, not a Caribbean cookout, not an African cookout, a Black American cookout? Many blacks have told me that the real is why. Many blacks have told me that. I know you're lying now when you say you're the realest whitey that wherever. Nah, you might have St. Michael's. I'm not asking that question because I knew you wouldn't. Okay, cool. You read the dictionary, but the question is, have you ever been to a black cookout? You could say no. Let me ask y'all white folks a question, and this is to you, St. Michael's personally. Why do you get mad when I ask you questions? Just say no if you don't know. You see how like when somebody asks, I don't know. I don't know. That's why I told you I think I heard of the word before, but I don't know what it is right now. That's why I had to look it up. There's nothing wrong with looking up stuff. Say Michael's. There's nothing wrong with not knowing, not being there, not experience. You know, this is the thing about life. We can always experience this. We can always learn it. We can always be better. We can be better people, St. Michael's. But when you don't try to be a better person and you just yes, I've been to a cookout. What do you remember about that cookout, St. Michael's? What do you remember about the cookout? I'm asking these questions, St. Michael's. I could have been tell you why I'm asking you this question, but you, oh Lord, yes, St. Michael's. Can you please answer the question? What do you remember about the cookout? Do you remember the dancing, the music, people playing spades, the food? Like, what do you remember? People are friendly. You see the uncles and the aunties and the cousins. They were playing the old folks, the elders. What do you remember? Oh shit, this nigga crazy. This is why I always tell people all the time I have a problem with. I don't have a. Go ahead and look it up. St. Michael's, I'm asking you a question. Can you please stick to the what I'm asking you? I'm giving you time to talk. I'm having a conversation with you. You're talking about two different things. You're talking about knowing words. The words I don't care to know. because I'm never gonna use them. I'm not gonna use the word menstrual. I'm not gonna use obtuse. I'm not gonna use those words, St. Michael's. I'm gonna simplify everything I talk about. I'm gonna simplify it. How do you think I know you don't have a job? Why? Because I don't want to use obtuse? Like, come on, St. Michael's. That is a stupid thing to say. Shout out to Pennsylvania. This is the type of people y'all are producing. Then, yeah, by all means. How do you think I know? I don't know, St. Michael's. I don't know. We'll tell you something. Whoever told you that, you need to go get your money back. If you think you're a psychic, if you think you're a psychic, and this is the your psychic powers, the information that your psychic powers gave you. Stop telling people you're a psychic. Say Michaels, I got a job. I showed you. Remember, I showed you my tax, my stubs. Remember, I told you I showed you my stubs of that week when I got paid. And you see, like almost what $1,700 I get paid damn near every week, every other week. So like, what are you talking about? I get paid like 1,800, $1,800 every 2 weeks. Like, like I say, I'm not really struggling over money. It's just the fuck. It's just I get money. I get paid. Go take the stream. Take your stream out to the kitchen. And let's see. I'm on a. I'm not on a laptop, St. Michael's. I'm on a big screen. I showed you my room, St. Michael's. I showed you the area. You know, so this guy's crazy. St. Michael's, can you answer the question? What did you see when you was at the cookout? At a Black American cookout. I'm asking you a question. Can you please answer the question? If not, I'm just gonna go on and just start the show. Can you please just tell me? I'm asking you a question. I don't even say please to racist white people, but I'm asking you, please. Let's see, grandma. I don't live with my grandmother, my mother. My mother lives in Boston. My grandma lives in good jokes. Why the hell would Africans want to celebrate each situation that? Uh, actually, Saint Michael. I mean, sorry, Saint Michael's. Shabaka. Thank you for staying on topic. Don't forget, slavery was abolished everywhere. Everybody just talks about the last time. I mean, the last place it was abolished at, Shabaka. Um, that's why. They said what Africans a white supremacist talking to a pan African. Jesus Christ. So, oh, everybody, I did thank you. Actually, thank you, Shabaka. I do got an announcement. We have solved the link problem, dropping the links. Only way you could be on the links now is you drop $5, $2 the minimum, because I'm not trying to take everybody's money. I know times be hard out here and all this other cool shit, you know. And shout out to the people that who's out here working the 9 to 5, who be out here, you know, getting paid, you know, or people who has got busy. But yeah, it was I bet money and if he were to take the stream. Shabaka, St. Michael's. I'm not gonna take the big screen plus my laptop out here, plus the equipment that's attached to like a whole bunch of wires. St. Michael. You know what I'm gonna do for you, some St. Michael's? I'm gonna take a picture of this area right here, and you're gonna understand. Um, all that white passive aggressive shit, it just doesn't work with me, St. Michael's. I'm gonna be personally honest. You're very passive aggressive. You're a typical white person that does do shit like that. More of a liberal thing, if you ask me. Liberals do that, you know. Are you a liberal, St. Michael's? I'm just asking the question. Are you a liberal or Democrat? It sounds like a liberal Democrat thing. Republicans do it too, more from the red pill, but A lot of liberals do that. Are you a liberal? He said he he wasn't he wasn't on. No, I'm on a big screen right here in a laptop. I'm on two things, St. Michael's. Jesus Christ. I told you I'm on a screen, but my laptop is connected to it. Yes. So, celebration is no thief. All people celebrate Xmas, European holidays. How do you steal a celebration that is a divisive black hate call? Is it? I don't think it's a. Yeah, you could prove me wrong by going down to Brighton to go see my grandmother. Nikki, you crazy, St. Michael's. Put it this way, St. Michael's. When I really get paid, my grandmother's gonna be living with me. All right, how about that? Right now she's not with me, but she will be with me soon, sooner or later. I'm gonna have me a nice house. This will be expanded. I might have more pictures, So it's St. Michael's. Yeah, definitely. There's certain things I will take out this room, but the rest of the stuff I will leave, and just stuff like that. But St. Michael's, you still haven't answered my question. I asked you when you was at the Black Cookout, what did they have that you see that you notice? You still haven't answered that question. And this is just a conversation, St. Michael's. You don't gotta prove anything to us. Yeah, you don't gotta prove nothing to me, man. I'm just asking a question. What did you see at the Black Cookout? If I ask Shabaka, he'll understand because Shabaka probably knows Black Americans. Shabaka is a immigrant. He's a Black immigrant. He comes from the Black diaspora. Shabaka, they are currently a code. That much is for sure. I mean, many of them literally believes they're actually ancestors. Because they're not. Um, you're wrong about this one, St. Michael's. And the reason why, because we're saying that Black Americans is an admixture. Do we have African DNA? Absolutely, we have African DNA. We have never said that we don't have African DNA. You have African DNA, St. Michael's. Even though you're a white man, you have African DNA. Am I right or wrong? But also, we are saying Black Americans is an admixture. We have different. We have more than just African or Native. We have multiple admixtures. As you said, "Oh, I think you got white in me." Remember, you say, "Oh yeah, I think yeah." One was it 13 to 33% white. Remember, you told me that, St. Michael's. That's what you said. That's an admixture. A lot of people who are me are admixtures. No, many FBAs believe they're ancestral Americans. Yes, we are. The fuck, we are, St. Michael's. We are St. Michael's. And the reason why we are because we can't tell you what part of Africa we came from. Some of us, and the thing about, and this is if we got off the slave boat. Don't forget there was only 400,000 Africans that came to America, St. Michael's. And there's over 50 million Black Americans in America right now. So now you have to ask the question, where did these other people come from? Where did these other people come from, St. Michael's? So St. Michael's, you can't tell. Okay, if they're 13 to 33%, probably average white, maybe. How can you tell a person that they're African if they have that percentage? Or if a person goes down into their lineage and see that, okay, you know what? There wasn't nobody who got off a slave boat. There was a fucking native or a motherfucker who wasn't a slave St. Michael's. You can't. This is why I always tell you St. Michael's. Even with me, yes, do I personally, as I always tell people, yes, I do. I believe that Black Americans have they have African DNA. I even believe you got African DNA, St. Michael's. That's why I said that's undeniably right. But I think there is more than just African DNA that a lot of us see. A lot of us is. I think a lot of us haven't been in Africa in thousands of years because of the admixtures. And don't forget, when you go down that family tree, and once you start finding out, like, yo, okay, my family was this, my family was that. I showed you the pictures of my great granddaddy. My great granddaddy didn't look like an African. That man did not look like an African, let alone my Grammy. My great Grammy was a Geechee. And a lot of Geechee people have African cultures. They do. Some of them have a lot. Some of them have a lot. I will say that yes, I think some of those Geechees have African culture, but I think they evolved their culture and made a new culture. Because if we look at how they dress, how they act, how they talk different than them Africans. The assessments that they do, um, let me not use assessments. Their culture their culture and their inspirations are different than Africans. Their mindset is different from Africans. You know, even their medicines. A lot of these Black Americans have medicines. Of how to solve a lot of stuff. This is why if you look up at a lot of medical procedures and stuff, it was created by Black or slaves. That's how old it is. And I'm gonna give you the facts. If these Europeans had all this medicine and these medicals success, why couldn't they why couldn't they defeat measles or smallpox? Like, come on. Y'all couldn't even defeat those. Or chicken pox. Y'all couldn't defeat that. That's why I said like a lot of y'all take a lot of this is why I always tell you, St. Michael's, without Black Americans, y'all couldn't create anything. Y'all would still be sleeping in the barns with animals. And that was the Moors. That wasn't Africans. Those were the Moors that were teaching y'all that stuff. It maybe commit, so I would throw a little bit of Africa in it. But it was a lot of commit and Moorish inventions that were helping y'all. Eh, the FBA needs to go to Wakanda and take classes in Black and African history. There were no achievements made without Africans and Caribbeans fighting by our. No, that's not true, Saint Mike. Shabaka, and the reason why I say that because there was probably one or two. There wasn't, as I always tell you, collectively y'all wasn't there, Saint Michael. I mean Shabaka. I'm sorry, all the S's and stuff. Shabaka, a lot of y'all wasn't there. A lot of y'all was with Saint Michael's. And there's nothing wrong with it. By all means, it's water under the bridge, but we're not going to give you credit for not doing anything. This is what it is. Shabaka, you're trying to get credit just for being there or for watching. I was there, but you didn't do nothing when niggas was getting hung on trees. Y'all niggas wasn't doing anything when niggas was getting sprayed by a water hose. I'm just being personally honest. Niggas wasn't doing nothing when niggas was fighting back, getting busy out here. A lot of y'all wasn't there. There was probably one, maybe two, maybe three, maybe even five. But collectively, y'all wasn't there. And when you talk about Wakanda, St. Michael's and Shabaka, you talk about the kingdom of Benin. That's where the ideology of Wakanda came out of, or the story of Wakanda came out of. It came out of the Kingdom of Benin. Um, I will give credit to Africa for that. I don't think there's uranium there, or whatever the fucking Black Panthers have. I don't think they had that shit there. But that's where the story of Wakanda came out of. It came out of Africa. It came out of, yeah, Kingdom of Benin. I will tell you that. Still in Black identity. Where is there a land of blacks called Black? I don't get what you're saying, Saint Mike. Shabaka. They don't. It don't have to be an identity because something's called another name. It don't have to be called Black Land to be all black, identified as blacks. Shabaka. You know, that's actually idiotic. Personally, please don't ever say that again. Please don't ever say that again. Um, but Shabaka, let me ask you a question. You seem like you're an educated guy. You seem like he's an educated guy. But what do you know about Juneteenth? What can you tell us about Juneteenth before I start the show? I'm about to start in like 2 minutes. No, I'm gonna start in 5 minutes. You know, I missed y'all. I will say that I did miss y'all for this whole week. I just been, I've been on this sport a lot right here. I've been in racing and writing and racing. And the reason why is because I have to do a lot of phone calls. Hey, St. Michael's, when I come up to Pennsylvania for the film festival, I do want to see you here because you are a subscriber. I do want to see you at this film festival. All right, so please, do show your face. I would compare FBAs to a militant homosexual activist, whites in regards to how horrible they are when it comes to public optics and whites. All right, homosexuality came out of Europe, St. Michael's, and there's nothing wrong with it. It came out of Europe. There's more. Don't forget, St. Michael. There's more gay people in America that are white than there are black. I'm just being personally honest. Juneteenth celebrating Africa Town Diaspora. Will I be there? No, I wouldn't be there. St. Michael. I mean Shabaka. I will be working. I think that's a. Give me a second. Give me a second, everybody. I gotta look at the calendar so I can know what Shabaka is talking about. Uh, calendar 28th. That's a Sunday Shabaka. I work a double on Sundays, so yeah. Um, but yeah, St. Michael's. There's more white homosexuals than blacks, and there's nothing wrong with that. I know a lot of gay people. Fuck it, gay people are cool. I think gay people are cool. To me they're more funny is because of their was because of their, yeah, not their mentality, but let me not use that word. uh because of their personality. Their personality is very bright, so they're funny. I think they're super funny, and they don't give you that, the side eye and stuff like that, and theatrics and shit like that, you know shout out to the LGBTQIA people. They're funny. And I'm talking about the not the not the this new militant political LGBT. I'm talking about the old school gay folks. They're funny. Yo. I seen this gay dude choke out this hood dude when I was smaller. I was like, oh shit! I didn't know what to do. I was scared. Like, oh shit, the fuck! I was like, is somebody gotta help him? He said, nah, he should have never called him that F word. He knows how he feel about that word. He might die. Hey, that nigga gonna be in hell, and the other nigga gonna be where he wants to be, in prison. So who gives? Fuck it. It helps them both out. Yeah, gay people are funny, man. It's it has nothing to do with which. Oh, now it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But you just talk about homosexuality. I just gave you a statement. I said, say Mike, because you talk about a lot of black and homosexuality, and all I said was, yeah, there's a lot, there's more white homosexuals than blacks, right? And there's nothing wrong with it, yo. There was one guy, yo, I almost had a beef with a gay guy one day, and the reason why, because yo, I used to go to Northeastern a lot to go pick up girls and stuff, and like lamp out there, leave by like 3, 4 in the morning. And I seen this dude. I was like, oh, he's a pretty motherfucker. I was like, yo, he's gonna steal all the bitches. I was giving him a side eye. I didn't like him. I said, I don't like that guy. Then once he started talking, I was like, oh man, he ain't gonna take nothing, man. That man gay. That man gay. He ain't gonna tell me. But he'll show you where all the girls is. I'm gonna tell everybody this. This was a different time. A lot of people didn't peep. Nobody didn't pimp this game yet. A lot of these gay people will show you where all the cute girls is when they knew there wasn't you gay. Now a lot of these gay people are trying to fuck, so this is different now. Like my era, gay people used to tell you where all the girls at, they'll put you on with a lot of women, show you all having you having three ways with two girls and shit like that, everything. You can't do that now because a lot of these gay people or the LGBTQIA community are trying to fuck. They're trying to get their rocks off too, man. They think of it as a transaction. So this is why I stay away from that community. It's a transaction. And especially the ones when I was out in the streets, it's different. They'll show you all the girls is. This generation, they'll fuck you. They'll put something in your drink and you'll have an unpleasant night. It's just different, man. And shout out to people who does have that same mindset, like the old school gays. But these new school gay folks is different. They trying to fuck, you know. Definitely, they trying to see how big your wee wee is. This is a different era. Give me a second. Let me see what Shabaka said. Pan African unity and African solidarity worldwide is the only solidation solution. Oh, solution. I said solidation. Jesus Christ, I'm thinking of work right now. Solution for African worldwide. We must organize. No, Shabaka, we should not organize with Pan Africans because you know what? I personally would never follow a Pan African as a leader. That's just me. Um, I'm just being personally honest. I think everybody needs to handle their own problems. The Africans, the Latinos, the Caribbeans has made that notice, so we're listening. We're listening to what y'all say. We're hearing that y'all are saying we need to follow our own, handle our own problems, and this is what we need to do. And this is why we keep on telling you where are you from. Maybe, or we be like, yo, maybe you should mind your own fucking business because you're not Black American. And like I said, as a foundational Black American, I have no beef with Africans or Caribbeans, but I do think they need to mind their own fucking business when it comes to our Black conversation, Black American conversation. You know, even like Juneteenth, and let's talk about it. I personally do think Africans and Caribbeans are trying to Africanize or bastardize Juneteenth. Whenever Black Americans is, I'm gonna be personally honest. A lot of this shit is like street shit. And when I mean street shit, I'm not talking about guns and drugs. I'm just talking about the mindset. Whenever anybody see Black Americans happy or Black Americans is doing good, they always try to take that shit from us. Even when, like, I'm gonna be personally honest, the whole reason why I got into this bullshit was because of the the Montgomery Brawl, and I seen black people sticking together. All we heard from these Caribbeans and these Africans, oh, they're about to come to war. We're about to go to war because of y'all. He should have never done that. They should have never beat them white people up. So we should have just watched that middle aged black man get his ass whooped or get his brakes beat off by them white folks. We should have just broke it up. No, we should have taught them a lesson where they understand. Don't put your hands on black Americans. This shit's gonna go left. Yes. We're bringing it back to the old school days where you know what? You put your hands on me, yo, shit's gonna go left. Shit's gonna go left. That's my issue with y'all. That has always been my issue with y'all. Because at the end of the day, like even what you say, Michael, you are a very passive aggressive person. I could deal with it because I deal with white people. I deal with white people on a daily basis. But you're you're passive aggressive. You're a typical white person. Cause you feel, and I'm gonna say this, cause I feel a certain type of way. You too, Shabaka. You are passive aggressive too. You're a typical white person in black skin. When I say something about black Americans, and I say, yo, black Americans should stay away from Africans and Caribbeans and handle their own problems. You was the first one to say, yo, that's xenophobic, Shabaka. St. Michael's. When I told black Americans stay away from these white supremacist folks, and I'm talking about Republicans and Democrats, you went on a whole crash out mission talking about how bad black people are. I have never heard you say anything great about black people. Never. And you've been on here for 8 months, 8 to 10 months, almost a year in September. I think September, August. I have never heard you say anything great about black people. You think black people are the most nastiest people in the world, nastiest, most vicious people in the world. But when I start bringing up the history of white America, the Irish, oh, that was 100 years ago, nigga. My grandmother's 88 years old. What is you talking about? When I tell you about the history of y'all eating people, and I tell y'all didn't stop eating people since the 1970s, even in certain states, that shit is still legal. You start telling me, oh, that was years ago and stuff. Nigga, my mother was born in 1968. My dad's 64. That's telling you something. This is telling you something. This is your culture, St. Michael's. That's your culture. Degeneracy is your culture. Preying on kids, feeding babies to alligators, fucking stealing people's wealth, kicking people off their land, not giving people a fair deal. That's your culture. To understand the present, you got to go back to the past. This is your culture, St. Michael's. Violating people, genociding people, having them fight your wars, you manipulating them. That's your culture. That has always been your culture, St. Michael's. And like I said, the past is the past, but at the end of the day, we cannot act like it never existed. You can't talk about how bad black people are when this is your demonic culture. You use Christianity as a you took let's take that. Let's put it this way. Y'all had your own slave Bible. Y'all took things out the Bible so y'all can enslave black people. This is why a lot of people push back on Christianity. because it's a slave Bible. This is why we have Juneteenth. This is why people fight back. This is what it comes with. This is what type of bullshit it comes with, St. Michael's. That's why I said it's funny how you talk about degeneracy, homosexuality, violence, and your whole that's your culture. That's your culture. I am told I am a total Pan-African revolutionary freedom fighter. I know there's no black freedom anywhere until Africa unites worldwide. I'm not moving to Africa, say my Shabaka. You're fucking bugging. Niggas is not moving to Africa. Why the fuck would I move to Africa? I don't even think half of us would move to Africa. I don't even think 10% of us would move to Africa, say my Shabaka. You're bugging. You're bugging. And I'm gonna say this: Black Americans is the only one that fights white supremacy. Even to this day, I still don't see a Pan African fighting white supremacy. Y'all on the bandwagon of the Democrats, and they're the ones who started white supremacy. They're the ones who started the Confederacy that St. Michael's fight for. He fights for a Democrat party ideology. That's a Democrat ideology. The Confederacy. The good old boys. Like, come on, we can't act like that. So that's what I could tell you, Shabaka. And you spelled Juneteenth wrong. It's all right though. I know what you was trying to say. Yeah, but yeah, we can't get mad about that. Hey, yo, everybody, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna make a Juneteenth logo, and I'm gonna put it for the rest of the. I'm gonna put it for the rest of this month. I'm gonna make it after the show. I'm gonna start doing it for the rest of the show. I'm super excited about it. I just don't know I don't know what I should do yet, but yeah, I'm super excited about it, definitely. But yeah, I will say that Shabaka, it's like I said, Shabaka, it's different, and the reason why I say it's different with you, that's it sounds good, Shabaka, it will be working, but niggas ain't going to Africa. Africans are telling you like they ain't shit in Africa. They're telling us there ain't shit in Africa. You know, everything is controlled in Africa, so it's like I get it, Shabaka, that's your homeland and that's how you feel, and I always would respect that, but I'm not moving no fucking Africa. Don't have to move anywhere, but our homeland must be free. I'm not, Shabaka. We tried to save Africa in the 80s, the 70s, the 60s, the 50s, even in the 40s a little bit, the late 40s, but these Africans don't like black people. Put it this way, Shabaka, I I'll promise you something. Once y'all start fixing y'all unity in Africa, I will help. If you can't fix the unity in Africa, I'm not helping. I will never. I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna risk. I'm not gonna risk anything that I got going on here in America fixing Black American community to help Africa. I will definitely send money to Africa. I will send money to Africa. I'll say, put it this way: if you can fix Africa unity, if you can fix African unity, I will send I'll send 10% of every short film I do to Africa. I'll send 10%. Thank you, Ray Ray. I'm the same way. But Ray Ray, you know why I'm giving him this bet? Because it ain't gonna happen. There will never be unity in Africa. Them Europeans fucked y'all up so bad that y'all hate each other. You know, and then like I said, the only unity is in France with Africans. That's the only time I see unity. Like, yo, niggas, Nigerians is fucking with the Congolese. The Congolese is fucking with the Beninese. They're fucking with the Arabs, the Bosnians. Like, a lot of y'all niggas in Africa, America, y'all don't fuck with each other. Y'all don't fuck with each other. Why you, Shabaka, why you think you get mad at me all the time? Because I always big up France. Nigga, give me a second. Give me a second, everybody. I'll be right back. Oh, right here. See, Shabaka, I would never hold. Look it. These are the real true Africans. Right there from France. You see that? That's a French jersey, nigga. That's a France jersey. They the only one. Yo, Shabaka, they the only ones that get that get busy. That's the closest. Put it this way, Shabaka. That's the closest thing that you'll ever get to a Black American is a French African. Because you know why they hold up that France flag before they hold up their tribal flags. Do they know they're from a different country in Africa? Yes, absolutely. Do they use their African culture? Yes, that's how they make money and stuff. But they'll hold up that France flag before they hold up that country. Before they hold up that countryman flag. All jokes aside, and Shabaka, you can't get mad about that. You come to America, they holding up their tribal flags. They hold up their tribal flags. They denigrate America, the country that they're in, that they're fighting to stay in. Yes, they do shit like that. In France, it's the opposite. They're happy to be there. Do they know that they're from a different country? Yes, they know that they're from a different country, but they have that French patriotic feeling. That's why, and I'm gonna say this. This is why the white European Frenchman is mad at the Africans. Because if we really think about it, they're more French than the Europeans. You could tell by the sports, their entertainment, their the things that they deliver to France. Do you think all that shit comes from white Europeans in France? No. It comes from the Africans. It comes from the Arabs. That's why the politicians ain't saying shit. They're not telling us, yo, let's get these niggas out this country. They're saying, no, we need these niggas to stay in this country. They're building up this fucking country. Cause sooner or later, that money train, the gravy train that they're getting from these countries is gonna run out. Who are they gonna turn to? There you go. The Frenchmen, the African Frenchmen, the Arab Frenchmen, the East European Frenchmen. The gravy train's gonna run out. You know, educate yourself, bro. Pick up a book and read. My family alive at you. Oh, laugh. Okay, Laugh. Shabaka, not Laff. At you, colonize ass. Africans fight for Africans, not France. Nope, they fight for France. Just okay. So Shabaka, if I'm lying, why are there more Africans that play for the French nationals than the white Europeans? I'm just asking the question. Why? Why did they get called out on that? Why is their best player an African? There you go. You answer your question. It's not a colonized mindset when they're the part of the ecosystem. Black Americans is a part of this ecosystem. They would never want us to leave. We leave, they'll lose trillions of dollars. Do you think America wants to lose trillions of dollars? Absolutely. Yes, Shabaka. Everything is about money. And as I told you, Shabaka, when it comes to certain situations, and I tell people all the time, you hit these niggas on their pockets. They will hate you. They will never ever target you again. If they ever target you again, they will have to. It will be. They have to be 100% right to target you. They don't want to pay a black man. They don't want to apologize to a black man. Let me tell you something, Shabaka. When people apologize to black people, they say, I'm sorry how you feel. They don't say, I'm sorry what I did. You know how, you don't know. Come on, Shabaka. Let me tell you something. I've been in management too long to not know this. They will never apologize. They'll apologize to their brother, man. They might even apologize to the China man. Ain't apologizing to no fucking black man. They will never apologize to a black man. You know why? Because the other white supremacists will look at them crazy. It's like, why are you apologizing to a nigga? You just embarrassed our race. We don't apologize for shit. Tell me when I'm lying. Tell me when I'm lying. This is why Juneteenth is so important. You don't want to apologize? We'll show your culture. We'll show you what you did. We'll show you your evilness about you. No, you're not going to tell the story. I'm going to tell the story. I'm going to tell you the truth. This is what I'm going to say you this, Shabaka. If you were smart enough, you would use Tariq Nasheed. You would use Tariq Nasheed and what he says about black American and white culture. You should be using, yo, why would I listen to you white supremacists? Because our brothers built this country. You don't even use that. You turn against us for them. Look how you was kikiing with St. Michael's. Look how you was agreeing with the white supremacists from Pennsylvania. Shout out to St. Michael's. I gotta throw you under the bus, Shabaka. As much as you say you hate white supremacy, you're a freedom fighter, you're a sellout. I have to tell you you're a sellout. You just kikiing with a fucking a white supremacist. You was just agreeing with him. Yo, on a daily basis, you call each other brother. This is what I'm talking about. Then hold on. I'm gonna even get even more deeper with the Pan African shit because you want to throw Pan African in there. Pan Africans are with Democrats. Who's with Democrats? NATO. If we're gonna talk about NATO, what did they do to Gaddafi? What did they do with Gaddafi? What did NATO do to Gaddafi and his country? But you're on the side of the Democrats that infiltrated Liberia. This is why I say you're a sellout. You want to talk about Gaddafi and how he tried to change the currency and it would have crumbled the Western Hemisphere. But who was the ones that got him out the paint? The Democrats. Who was your spokesperson? Al Sharpton. Who is out? Who pays Al Sharpton? The Democrats. We didn't hear about that Kamala check he got. The Kamala Harris check he got. No, no, no. They got a lot of power, Shabaka. They got a lot of power, Shabaka. I don't know what you've been smoking, but they got a lot of power, Shabaka. They killed Gaddafi. They got Gaddafi out the paint. I know you don't want to mention it, or I don't know. I know you don't want to say it, but that's what happened. That's what happened. Now I gotta ask you, what do you got to say about that? What do you got to say about that, Shabaka? Give me a second, everybody. Excuse me, everybody. But yeah, they got him out the paint, Shabaka. And I'm just telling you this because it's the truth. Um, did you want to say anything else, Shabaka, before we start the show? About Juneteenth? It's just a question. You don't have to say anything if you don't want to. Cause before, just give me 2 minutes, everybody. I'm gonna throw some music on. All right, give me 2 minutes, everybody. All right, I'm back, everybody. I had to put out some shares. Everybody, don't forget to like and subscribe and comment in the live chat. And only way you can comment in the live chat is if you're a subscriber. So subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. And also, I need a favor, everybody. I need y'all to share to friends and or apps. 5. It could be 3 apps, 2 friends, all 5 apps, or all 5 friends. I just need you to share it. I do appreciate that. But let's get busy onto this. We're gonna watch some videos right now. Yo, it actually feels good doing this again, man. I was all copy striked and oh man, I was just getting busy, just working and stuff like that. Working out. Woo, 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 woo. I didn't even go to a show. I had to go to Juneteenth thing in Boston. But yeah, it's yeah. There was a lot of stuff that I had to do. So that up there. Oh, wrong one. Hold on. So we're gonna watch this first video. This one, the lady said Juneteenth is not for. I mean, let me see. Juneteenth is for Black Americans, not Africans and immigrants. I'm gonna see what they're gonna say. How do I feel about this? I don't know. And like I said, if anybody wants to, hold on. NATO got Gaddafi, but they will not kill or assassinate another. Shabaka, they've been assassinating a lot of people for fucking 70 years, 70, 80 years. You know? Now the question you gotta ask, did they get Patrice? That's the question I'm asking. Did they kill Patrice? And I'm gonna even go farther and say this. I think Abraham is working with the Democrats. That's why he's not dead yet. That's what I think. I think Abraham I think he's working with like I said, I think he's working with a lot of these Democrat parties and stuff. You know, and that's just me. I could be wrong, Shabaka. So there's nothing wrong with me being wrong. I don't think he's for Africa. I think he come on, anybody who's talking crazy like Abraham's talking crazy, they probably would have been dead sooner or later. But don't forget, there's a lot of alliances that's going on here. You gotta at the end of the day, you just gotta put the pieces together. We gotta see what's actually going on. But let's watch the first video, and I'll break it down.
So we all know that Juneteenth is coming up, but I'm going to be diving deep into why Juneteenth is for Black Americans and not Africans and other diasporas.
Ooh, she's cute. I don't know who this lady is. Oof. Shout out to FBA women. Shabaki, you like this FBA woman right here? She's beautiful, right?
Now, every culture has its own holiday through their unique historical experiences. For example, Cinco de Mayo came from Mexican history, St. Patrick's Day came from Irish history, and Lunar New Year came from specific Asian traditions. So you would expect people to have enough common sense to know not to appropriate or profit off another culture.
This is how Africans and Caribbeans capitalize off Black American holidays. Celebration of Juneteenth, we have just launched a really special African Net Sponge bundle. We're launching it in celebration of Juneteenth to honor our heritage and celebrate who we are.
This is not about
Yeah, that's already. FBAs are idiots. They don't want to take the responsibility of leading Black Americans. NATO is dead. Has nothing to do with any stupid American party. Well, this is what a lady just said, Shabaka. She's saying that this is her culture. Let's watch it again. This is what she said.
Caribbeans capitalized off Black American holidays.
Celebration of Juneteenth, we have just launched a really special African Net Sponge bundle. We're launching it in celebration of Juneteenth to honor our heritage and celebrate who we are.
This
There you go. She said it, Shabaka. I didn't say it. She said it. An African said it. I don't know what. This is what I'm listening to, Shabaka. She said it. She said it. You know, I'm gonna be personally honest, and this is just me. They do. I think this is what happens. I think, and this is why I say Black Americans are so influential, because don't forget, we just started celebrating Juneteenth. What 2019? 2019 was that. This is the 7th year anniversary of Juneteenth of America, Black America actually celebrating it. So this they're trying to infiltrate it. When it's supposed to be about Black American culture, this is what they're turning it into.
is not about honoring or celebrating Juneteenth. This is strictly the money, dollars. She
Hmm.
about to make a couple of thousand off these products. As a Black American, if you're a Black American, I will not support this at all. No Ghana people will buy the product from you because they'll just look at it like you're marketing and capitalizing off their culture. This is like cultural appropriation to its fullest.
Juneteenth was born through American slavery, plantations, laws, emancipation, and Reconstruction. I went into great detail about all of this in my Who Manufactured Modern Black America video. On June 19th, 1865, General Order Number 3 officially ended chattel slavery
Facts,
in the
Ray Ray.
Americas, freeing the remainder of Black Americans.
What does it mean to tell me I'm free, but I have to remain quiet about it and return back to the plantation? That's the literal words of General Granger. I'm about to read them to you. The free men are advised to remain quietly at their present homes and work for wages. They're informed that they would not be allowed to collect at military posts and that they would not be supported in idleness either there or elsewhere. See, the newly defeated Confederate soldiers and the plantation owners, aka masters, was worried about, man, they finna come down here and mess up our way of life. And what you think General Granger did? This man proclamation on June 19th reinforced the priority of keeping the formerly enslaved population at work on their respective plantations. In addition to stated worries about lawlessness and private discussions about the loss of political power, the primary concern for Galveston authorities appeared to revolve around the impact that emancipation would have on the cotton production. On June 19th, we're told to remain quiet about our freedom and return back to the plantation post we've been working at. That wasn't enough though. The day after Juneteenth, because by that time the word got around to the plantation owners, so then General Granger issued another message. All persons formerly slaves are earnestly enjoined to remain with their former masters under such contracts as may be made for the present time. Their own interests as well as that of their former masters and other parties requiring their services renders such a course necessary and of vital importance until permanent arrangements are made under the Freedmen's Bureau. It gets worse than that though. I would argue we're taught a sanitized version of Juneteenth that absolves Union soldiers for really being some suckers in line for the Confederates to not only get off easy, but for them themselves, making a little compromise and be like, we ain't gonna destroy your whole way of living. General Granger is saying, no persons formerly slaves will be permitted to travel on the public thoroughfares without passes or permits from their employers or congregate in buildings or
It was Pan Africanists who brought Juneteenth to the knowledge of African liberation struggle. Juneteenth is really nothing to brag about. That's how you feel, Shabaka. What you want me to say? What Pan Africanists again? What Pan Africanists brought this to us? Go on, please tell us.
camps at or adjacent to any military post or town. This is what was printed in the Galveston Daily News right after Juneteenth. We are glad to learn that General Granger and our Provost Marshal General are both practical men and not theorists. They look upon emancipation not as freeing the Negro from all obligation to labor, for no human being, white or black, enjoys such freedom, but simply as changing obligation to work without stipulated wages to an obligation to work for such reasonable wages as they may be mutually agreed upon. So on June 19th is when he get into Galveston. On June 22nd, he gets in Houston, and what does he tell them? The freedmen in and around the city of Houston are hereby directed to remain for the time being with their former owners. They are assured that, and by so doing, that they forfeit none of their rights of freedom. And the agent of the government whose business is to superintend the making of contracts between freedmen and those who desire to employ them is expected to be here soon. In the meantime, the freedmen are advised to be patient and industrious. General Granger said, no encouragement or protection will be given to those who abandon their present homes for the purpose of idleness.
And like the history isn't bad enough, people still don't understand that this is not the time for African or Caribbean pride. This is not the time to deflect from our culture, from modern immigration stories. And we need to understand that our different histories and cultures deserve to be recognized separately, not emerged.
I guess trying to take away black.
The African enslaved did not know they were freed until June. All right, Shabaka, do you want me to add Africans into Juneteenth? I can. Okay, this is what I'm gonna add in to Juneteenth with the Africans. The Africans that did come over here on slave ships, it was because of that other because it was Africa. It was because Shabaka's Africans brothers that sold other Africans to America. That's who sold it. That's how the Africans fit in with Juneteenth, because they were the problem. The Africans were the problem. They sold people for import export. Today we call that human trafficking. That's what the Africans did. We don't want to hear, oh, they didn't know. Yeah, they knew. They've been doing it since the 1930s, 1940s. I mean, the 1840s, the 1830s. It's true. They sold Africans. That's how Africans fit in with Juneteenth, because they were a part of the problem, like the white supremacists was a part of the problem. Like America was a part of the problem. Since you want to be so much into Juneteenth, there you go, Shabaka. I added Africans into Juneteenth for you.
History Month from Black Americans wasn't enough this year. Ghana wants people to celebrate Juneteenth. It says Juneteenth return to the motherland in 2026. You can visit Ghana and explore connections to African American history. The lies. Ghana has no connection to Black Americans, not even my ancestors. The money scams, I just keep going.
For some strange reason, people like to remix the meaning of Juneteenth under the guise of Pan-Africanism, while in actuality it's cultural theft. Like, what does fufu, egusi soup, and jollof have to do with Juneteenth? Let Black Americans use a word or even have visuals that's showing folks across the diaspora in a positive light. There's going to be articles, posts put out about cultural appropriation. We seen it happen with Michael B. Jordan when he had that rum called Juve, and we seen the same thing with Beyonce, her Black is King album. People being willfully obtuse and acting like they don't see the double standard is high-key annoying and baffling at this point. It's not about the Black diaspora, and it's not a Pan-African holiday.
I don't want to go to no Afro Beats party. I don't want to hear DeVito. I don't want to hear Burna Boy. I don't want to hear Tim's. I want to hear Jeezy, G-Unit, 50 Cent, NWA, Wayne in his prime. I want to see everybody stomping in their Air Force Ones. I want to see the longest extendos I've ever seen. And I want to see the biggest bamboos. And I want to see the thickest out there popping her motherfucking gun.
Woo!
This is for the niggas.
Now to clarify, for the 50 millionth time in my videos, Black American is a recognized ethnic group. Race, ethnicity, nationality. I talked about all of this in my Black Americans Are Not African Americans video. And some people didn't even watch the video. They just saw the title and went straight to the comments. And you can tell because they're literally reiterating a lot of the stuff that I already said in the video. Saying things like, you do know race, nationality, and ethnicity are different things. That's their favorite rebuttal. That's their favorite thing to say. Whole time, they're the ones that don't understand the difference. They come over here not understanding American culture, not understanding what Black is, not understanding what Black American is, confined to what American culture says it is. You can't come over here telling us how to do things, what to call ourselves, and how to operate. That's not how things work. You either come over here and get with the program, or you're gonna get told off, because we tired of y'all. You coming over here in our territory, shaking stuff up, and y'all don't even know what y'all talking about. Educate yourself about American culture. Now, Black Americans are coming to the realization that our culture is slowly being erased. Our true culture is being pushed to the background to make other diasporas feel recognized.
Minorities come to America, they must assimilate, and they never get like an apology. So they're gonna face a lot of racist shit. The amount of racist shit Middle Eastern descendants faced and still face, kinda, no one's ever gonna apologize to y'all about that. You're just the butt of the joke now because you've kind of assimilated. White people want to erase what they've done to us. That's what anti-critical race theory is. Trying to erase the bad shit that they've done to us because then they would have to acknowledge it and they would have to apologize. That's the thing. White people don't apologize about nothing. They want you to get over it so you could become the butt of.
What did I just tell y'all? What did I just tell you? Listen to what she just said.
They've done to us because then they would have to acknowledge it and they would have to apologize. That's the thing. White people don't apologize about nothing. They want you to get over it so you could become the butt of the joke. And that's what's going on with Black Americans, but we're resisting it we're very much resisting that erasure, and we're very much beefing with other races, and we're beefing with other people who they're using to represent us too. Because again, they're also trying to erase us on the screen, erasing us with other Blackness. They do not want to ever see an enslaved descendant be successful ever.
Like, why are we learning African dance but not learning Black American history? Why are we wearing African prints but not discussing slavery? Why are we celebrating generalized African identity and not our own? This right here proves how symbolism can overshadow historic evidence. Of course, people from many backgrounds can attend events, learn, support, and celebrate alongside different cultures. But support isn't the same as ownership. You can participate without rewriting the culture. This is not about exclusion. This is about historical accuracy and preservation.
I don't want to see taco food trucks, African food trucks, or Jamaican food trucks at Juneteenth events this summer. That is exploitation. That is not honoring our ancestors. That is not helping us circulate money back into our community. I think that I'm just going to celebrate at home. I'm going to venerate the ancestors, and I'm going to treat myself, and I'm going to find a Black American business to circulate my money into. I'm tired. Like, I'm tired of having to share every single thing that's not even for other people, and they get to have their own shit. It's irritating. You feel me? We're not going to Carnival and setting up USA food trucks. We're not going to Carnival and setting up a FBA necklace stand. So that's what I mean by y'all are disrespectful and exploiting us. You're not an actual supporter. You're an opportunist. That's it. So if you really truly support us, then support us, spend money with us, circulate money in our community to celebrate Juneteenth for U.S. chattel slavery descendants.
Shout out to Shorty. What's her name? Nalita K. Shout out to you. I'm gonna put a like and I'm gonna subscribe to you, girl. Do your thing. She's right, man. Let me see what Shabaka's saying because it looked like he's crashing out again. The African enslaved did not know they were free until the Juneteenth was just a small part of the African liberation struggle. No, Shabaka, there was no such thing as Africa struggle in the 60s, I think, 1860s. The fuck are you talking about? Don't start that African shit. Don't forget, we got you on video, man. We got the shorts of you talking about you as a Black man. Don't start that shit. Don't start that, Shabaka. Let me see what else this nigga's saying. This nigga's stupid. GT is something to rally around. It was African people who were enslaved. The Africans were on the plantations due to the European. Shabaka, stop it. And this, like, again, everybody, this is the form of disrespect from Pan Africans. There was no African there helping us. All you Africans were selling other Africans. You sold them to the Caribbean. You sold them over there to the Caribbean island, um, South America, Latino countries, and don't forget the Latino people treat the Afro Latinos fucked up. So we can talk about that, you know. So it y'all treated those people fucked up. So what do you want me to say? Really, Shabaka? What is it? What did you want me to say? That there were unity at these times? There weren't unity. Your Africans, the Africans that you were talking about, were working with the white supremacists, was working with the Europeans. You know? No, they do. They do. They had a big impact on slavery. But we're not gonna act like Africans didn't have an impact either. Who got the slaves? Who put the slaves in captivity and sold them? That's the question I'm asking you, Shabaka. We can't only just blame white America. We got to blame the Africans too. This is why the Caribbeans are pushing away from Africa. This is why the Caribbeans are saying that I don't fuck with Africans. This is why they got a bad. That's why they got a bad problem in Europe. And I'm talking about England. In the UK, you go to England, you see that Africans don't really fuck with the Caribbeans like that. They don't fuck with the Caribbeans like that. There is no Pan African. That shit doesn't work. You might have a small group of people that be like, yeah, we're Pan Africans, or we're fighting for the black diaspora, but or black diaspora as they say it. But we will have those type of people, Shabaka. But let's personally be honest. Let's personally be honest. Tethering on to, yeah, it is despicable. I agree with you, Gullery. I agree with you 100%. You know, because a lot it's nasty work. To me, it's nasty work. And this is why I tell people all the time I have no problems with Africans. I just think a lot of these people should handle their own problems. I think Africans should handle Africans' problems. There's like 2.5 billion of you. There's like 2.5 billion of y'all people. And I'm just talking about in Africa. You know, there's billions of y'all in Africa, but at the end of the day, y'all don't want to help Africa. You know, as I said, I think that's nasty. It's nasty work. You know, it's just nasty work to me. That y'all don't want to help y'all own people. You know, um, and like Shabaka, I get it. You're trying to be like, oh yeah, we working together and all of this other stuff. No, no, you're not. Let's not lie. Lying is bad. You know, lying is bad. But also, I do agree. I do agree with you when you say that. Oh, if if they do work, if Africa did work together, I think Africa would be a better country. You know, but they would have to move as one. A lot of them aren't moving as one. You know, that's just me. A lot of them don't move as one. They move as a tribe. You know, and that's the messed up part about it. When you move as a tribe, it's just not gonna work. All right, let's go on to the next video. Um, And this is just how people feel about Juneteenth and stuff. And I'm not saying I'm right or wrong or they're right or wrong. I'm just saying I'm just throwing this question out here. Is Tether's trying to take Juneteenth or the Black Diaspora, as they say in England? Are they trying to take Juneteenth?
Just like to say to all African and Caribbean people, June 19th is just not for us. Let Black Americans have their holiday. Like, we don't need Afrobeat, we don't need Rasta clock, we don't need that.
Juneteenth is not a Pan-African holiday. Because for some strange reason, people like to remix the meaning of Juneteenth under the guise of Pan-Africanism, while in actuality it's cultural theft. Like, what does fufu, egusi soup, and jollof have to do with Juneteenth? But let Black Americans use a word or even have visuals that's showing folks across the diaspora in a positive light. There's going to be articles, posts put out about cultural appropriation. We seen it happen with Michael B. Jordan when he had that rum called Juve, and we seen the same thing with Beyonce, her Black is King album. People being willfully obtuse and acting like they don't see the double standard is high-key annoying and baffling at this point. It's not about the Black diaspora, and it's not a Pan-African holiday.
This picture isn't insulting because of division. It's insulting because it represents erasure. It's like you're taking a cultural group that had nothing to do with Juneteenth, nothing to do with Black Americans at all, and then trying to insert their culture in replace of ours to celebrate something that only has to do with us. This West African Ghanaian culture does not represent Black Americans at all. No Black American grew up eating egusi soup or okra soup or jollof rice.
Or monkey knuckles or monkey McNuggets or zebra back ribs. We don't eat that shit. I'm just joking with the Africans. I'm joking with y'all. I'm playing around. Don't listen to me.
Like, that's not a part of our culture. That would be like Black Americans having soul food in Ghana as a replacement for jollof or banku or whatever they were having in celebration of some festival that only had to do with their people. It just wouldn't make sense. We have our own culture, and that culture is what should be represented and celebrated for Juneteenth. I feel like this is another slap in the face from the Pan-Africans, basically saying that our Black American culture is not good enough, so we need to replace it with something more African to represent.
Shabaka, put it this way. What do you think, Shabaka? Is she right about that? What she just said about how the Pan Africans think, saying that Black American culture is not good enough? I want to ask you that question, Shabaka. Are the Pan Africans are saying our culture ain't good enough for the Black diaspora? I think she made a powerful point.
I feel like this is another slap in the face from the Pan-Africans, basically saying that our Black American culture is not good enough, so we need to replace it with something,
Or bastardize it with African culture or change it with African culture. I personally feel how she feels. I don't want to eat no jollof rice. I'm gonna be personally honest, or what Dorsey calls it, jerk off rice. I don't like jollof rice. It's not my favorite. I like their white rice and beans with their. I like the fish stew that Africans have, especially Ghana. And shout out to Ghana. I like y'all fish stew. Your fish stew is bomb. I gained like 12 pounds eating that shit. It was good. And if anything, like what Shabaka does, I when Africa has put it this way, Shabaka, when Africa has their parades, do you want me to come over there asking for like, yo, where's the fried chicken and the macaroni and the cheese? And where's the candy yams? Or where's the turkey? Where's the cornbread? You're gonna be like, no, this ain't Black American food. This is African food. You wouldn't like that shit. And this is where I have a problem with Africans who do that shit, or Pan Africans, mostly Pan Africans, not really Africans, but Pan Africans that do stupid shit like that. Would you get a dumb motherfucker from an immigrant background to do that? Yes, absolutely. But it'll be mostly from Pan Africans. I don't like that red, yellow, and green shit that these niggas be spewing. The FB. No, no, Shabaka, I asked you a question. Do you remember what the question I asked you? Something they cannot win. FBA's the struggle against Pan African will never succeed. We are intelligent Africans in America. Okay, if you're so intelligent, why can't y'all fix Africa? This is a question to you, Shabaka. If since you're an intelligent African in America, why can't you fix Africa? Why can't you fix Africa, man? Why can't you fix Africa? Why can't you fix Africa, player? That's what we want to know. Why can't you fix Africa? Let's keep on going because we know Shabaka ain't gonna say shit.
More African to
Ooh, she's
represent
beautiful too.
Juneteenth. Like with the
Yo, you see all these beautiful Black American women? Jesus Christ! Oh my God! Yo, these I don't give a fuck what anybody say. Y'all niggas could y'all could talk shit about Black women all you want, but these Black American women are sexy. Oh my God! This girl make me want to have another kid. Y'all niggas don't be understanding, man. Yo, yeah, it's cool to get you a little, little mixed girl or some girl who's from some other culture, but Black American women are beautiful. They are beautiful. They have this look. Oh my God. Shout out to the FBA women, man. Oh my God. Or the Black American women. They are so beautiful. Oh my God, that admixture. You could tell that a lot of us is admixtures and stuff like that. Even the darker skin type of folks. We have an admixture. We mix with Moorish blood. We mix with um Indian, maybe even Aboriginal, maybe a little bit of European, African. We're an admixture. That's why our hairs are different from each other.
whole Juneteenth celebration in Ghana, it's like I'm just not seeing the connection here. It's okay for us to be American. It's okay for us to just be us.
This is coming from an African woman. Y'all, Juneteenth is for Black Americans.
She's cute too. Look, African girl too. Go on, Africa, mama. She's cute too. She's not FBA, but she's beautiful. Shout out to Africa.
Let me say it again. Juneteenth is for Black Americans. We do not need to have a diaspora war over this because it's the truth. This is Black Americans, their country. We are here as immigrants. Us, as an African woman, I know where my country is. I can go back.
Ray, we did a show on that one time. We did a show on Pan Africans. See ya. We can backtrack it. Hey, Ray, we can backtrack it if we like. If you want to put it this way, yo, Ray, if you want to backtrack it on Monday, we can backtrack the Pan African in the CIA. I don't mind doing it. You know what? Hold up. Give me a second, everybody. I'm gonna put a poll up. All right. I'm gonna put a poll up, everybody. And if you want to do that, right, everybody. I put a poll up for y'all. Yeah, I did a poll for y'all. So yeah, definitely hit that poll, man. And we're gonna see what's popping. Shout out to Mama Africa right here. She looking good.
To it whenever I want to.
She
Same
look
with
mixed
the
too.
islanders and any other
She
black
look
person
mixed.
that is from a different nation that's living here. Black Americans, this is all they know. Okay? Because their whole life they have been told, you don't belong here. Go back to where you're from. Like, how sick is it to steal people, turn them into slaves, disconnect them from their origins, and then they take root here and they're from here? You like time to go back from, they're like, I'm from here. What are you talking? This is all I know. So this is their day. Now, if you're invited to the cookout, you are there to celebrate your cousins. You are there to celebrate the ancestors that fought hard so you can come here and have those rights. You are there as a background character if you are invited. Your music is not going to be.
Yo, I totally agree with her, and I'm gonna add on more. That's what Juneteenth is about. Shout out, and I gotta hear this from an African, and she's right. Juneteenth is what everybody fought for. It wasn't just slavery. It was the wars that Black Americans or FBAs have been through. It's the revolts that Black Americans and FBAs have been through. All the people like Bass Reeves, who else? John Horse, Moses Dickinson, people like that. It's that's what Juneteenth is about. It is about our ancestors. So yeah, that's something that that should be talked about. So shout out to Shorty from Africa. She's right. I just added on a little bit more what she was saying. I think that she has a great point. This is what Juneteenth is about. It ain't just about the independence of Black Americans or FBAs. This is also the inventions, the revolts, as I said, the accomplishments that Black Americans has been through when they were in slavery. That's why I named the John Horse, the Moses Dixons, the Dickinsons, the Nat Turners, other peoples like that. Yes, we have to name those folks. So yeah.
Played. Your food is not going to be made. Their food, Black Americans, their food, their soul food, whatever else they want to make, that is what's going to be made. Black music, Black American music is what's going to be played. You are there to celebrate and have fun with your cousins. That's it. If you are invited. We want to kind of get, invited because I do want to celebrate y'all because I do love Blackness no matter where it's at. And I just love to celebrate Black people in general. And I think there's beauty in numbers.
Mama, we love you too. You're good over here with us. You're good over here with us, girl. Don't worry. We got you. You good over here.
And all of us coming together and celebrating each other's cultures and their differences and having respect for each other. But
She's good over here.
Juneteenth is for Black people, you guys. Let it be. Just respect that.
Yeah. You
And
get over
if
here,
you
Mama.
are a immigrant Black person living here and you don't understand why, just think about it. In your birth country, you never have to be told that you don't belong there because you know that is your birth country. You know where your roots are from and your soil. That's where you live. That's all you've known. Same thing with Black Americans. So just apply that to what Black Americans are saying and why they are so adamant about saying, hey, this is for us.
Facts.
And it is for them. And just have empathy and understanding and just being open and a little more cautious to Black Americans. That's it.
Hi guys, my name is Mercy and you're welcome back to the channel. First off, happy Juneteenth to every single Black American watching me right now. Happy
Thank you,
Freedom
Sugar.
Day, happy Day of Remembrance, happy Day of Resilience. I want to wish you peace in your heart, joy in your celebration, and strength as you remember your ancestors who fought and survived so you could stand free today. May this Juneteenth remind you how powerful your story is, how far you've come, and how much your freedom means to all of us watching from across the water. We see you, we honor you, and happy June.
Um, Sh- Shabaka, quick question. Um, you see how I always tell you all the time there are some people that like that rock with us, but collectively no. She's one of them. Thank you for saying happy Juneteenth and stuff like that and saying that's our culture. We do appreciate that. You know? There are gonna be, I'm gonna say this, there are gonna be people that rocks with us that are from a different background, different immigrant background because they understand what's going on. You know, it would be better if it was collective. Yes, I do agree with you, Shabaka, when you do say that. But in this world, no, it's not going to be collectively. This is why we have to be careful who we bring into our circles. Just plain and simple. You got to be careful. You know, I think, yeah, this is a prime example of a writer, of a good person. You know, she knowing that that's Black American culture, that's our art and stuff like that. And like as I always say, I do support Africa. I'm just not gonna help anymore because it's a lot of them fucks it up for their own people, and that's just how I feel. You know, and this is what we're seeing. You know, give me a second, everybody. Let's go back.
And to all of you. Now, before we get into today's video, let me talk to you all real quick. I know I haven't been showing my face like I used to. I have been using voice recorder audio only for a while now, and some of you have been asking, Macy, where are you? Some people even think it's AI I'm using. No, it's not AI. The truth is, my camera spoiled. It started acting up and the quality was so bad, and I refused to post videos where you can't see me properly. So I'm back now. My camera is working again and my face is back, and I am making you all a promise right now that I'm no longer going to be using voice recorder for any of my videos anymore. You're going to be seeing me face to face like we used to. No more hiding behind audios. I absolutely miss talking to you people directly. So welcome me back properly in the comment, okay? Anyway, guys, back into today's video. It's June 10th again, June 19th, and every year we see the same conversations blow up online. Black Americans saying that this is not a
Shabaka, you're not getting the point. I don't think you're getting the point. Let's play hypotheticals, and I hate playing hypotheticals with you, Shabaka. Let me answer your first question first. Juneteenth is a day that's my hypothesis would be Agent Smith is still bankrolling Pan Africanism as it is useful to destroy the Black American population. The FBA must realize we in America are a what? A all part of African people worldwide. We will never separate ourselves from our families worldwide. So I'm gonna answer this question first, Shabaka. I got time today. My kids is in Maine with my children's mother. Um, I want to say this, Shabaka. We're not the ones that separated Africa and Black Americans. It was Africans that separated us from each other. They told us that we weren't African. They even said to themselves that they weren't black. You know, so we're going on what your people said, Shabaka. The only thing now is we know it's beneficial for y'all to be black now in America. This black flat blackness is benefiting y'all, but it just at the end of the day, it's coming to a point where we're not benefiting y'all. We're not, nigga. We're not. As I always tell you, we're not fucking humanitarians here. We're not fucking humanitarians. Please don't give us our jobs to save y'all. Are there some people that we will protect? Absolutely, that are African? Yes. There are certain peoples we will protect that they are African. I understand that. But we're not saving all of y'all niggas. It's time for y'all to pick up some sticks and some rocks and to fight. And that's if that's all you have. If you got some ammunition, y'all trying to get busy in y'all country. That it's time for y'all to get busy out here. We're not gonna save y'all. We are Americans in this country. This is why I always tell people all the time. I fight for the. I when it comes to black and white, I don't fight for black or white. I fight for our laws and our policies because that's what protects us. If you don't get it, I'm sorry, but this is what protects us of defending ourselves as black Americans. This is what protects us. When people start to second guess or starts to throw little fucking try to throw monkey wrenches into our fucking rights, I have a problem with that. This is why I have a problem with the Anthony and the Metcalf case. The kid protected the laws. We have seen this shit done a million times. When a black man does it, it's different. Oh, all these fucking hypotheticals. First of all, I say he should have been innocent because it wasn't a. It's hard to say that the nigga murdered somebody. If they would have said manslaughter, you got a case. You got a case. Because it was reckless what he did. It was reckless. Murder, no. He had to want to do that. He had wanted to do that. No. He didn't plan to do that shit. That's murder. Manslaughter, because he was reckless. That's the laws. That's the laws. You know, so let me see. So yeah, this is the problem, the thing I have where Pan Africans, you know, they always try to take our culture. Now we all black, we all African. Now we don't want to hear that bullshit. Because when black Americans was yelling that shit, you was telling us that we're not black, we're not African enough. That's what we heard. Everybody got fucking amnesia now, saying that, we all African now. No, nigga, you told us we wasn't African. We're not African enough. We're not African enough. Now we're all African, we're all one. We from Mama Africa. No, niggas don't want to hear that now. Niggas we got our own culture now. Where you from? Nope. This ain't your culture. You don't gotta say so. Tough titty. Diaspora. That's Diaspora wants to be included in Juneteenth. They want to make money off. Yes, they want to make money off. This is a money play. They did the same thing with Essence. It was a money play, and it failed. And it failed. That's why Essence isn't Essence anymore. This is why Essence died out. Because they try to Africanize that shit. You didn't see niggas with dashikis in there over there. Aunties and grandmas left. They say, I'm not coming back. Give me my money back. The fuck? We are not separated and never will be. Every time we hear the drum, we move and dance. No, Shabaka. Was the drum created by Africa? Yes. But black Americans evolved it and made it better. We evolved it and made it better. This is why they use American drums. You invented it, but we added on to it. We added on more to it. We added on more to it. We contribute. That's what we call contributing. We contribute onto your invention that you couldn't contribute to. You didn't answer this question. Since we know that the Africans invented the drums, what did they contribute to it? Why is it so evolved now? Why is it so evolved now? Niggas don't want the original boom 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 boom. No, niggas don't want that shit. We evolved it. We influenced it. We inspired it. We added on to it. You just created it. What am I saying that's wrong? Everybody, don't forget to like and subscribe and comment in the live chat. If you want to comment in the live chat, you gotta be a subscriber. So subscribe, and also share the 5 platforms and or people. Don't matter what type of order. It could be 3 people, 2 platforms. Do what you want to do. Do what you can if you can do that, and I appreciate it and thank you. Also, if you want to donate to the platform or you want to jump on the line, you got to donate. 2 to 5. I'll do 2 to 5. I'm not trying to kill nobody's pockets or not. $2 to $5, the minimum. And you can hit the Cash App. Give me a second. And or the GoFundMe. The GoFundMe is for Brother Morningstar, Sir Adams' Great Betrayal. I think I got an investor or a grant, a person who's giving a grant to us to do the show. So definitely I appreciate everybody who has donated, and you will see your names in the people who did donate, you will see your names in the credits when the short film is over. So yeah, definitely if it go when it goes to the short what is it? The film festival, you will see the names. Uh Black Americans are Africans, just a continuing of African culture. African has talked is talking drones. No, Shabaka. They haven't done shit with the drum. They're still beating on it. We already evolved it. Shabaka. I'm just being personally honest. We already evolved it. That's what makes us Black Americans, because we evolved the drum. We got drum systems now. We got different ways of playing the drums. Like, let's not do that, Shabaka. Let's not lie. You're starting to lie now.
African celebration. This is about Black Americans, and I totally agree. Because every time it's either Black History Month in February or Juneteenth in June,
She
or
sounds
anything
French.
related to Black struggle in America, we Africans always want to involve ourselves. We say we are connected, we try to jump in. But
Shabaka.
honestly, this is not about lineage right now. This is not about we all suffered slavery. This is specifically about what happened in America. This is about the chattel slaves in the United States who were kept in bondage for 2 years after they were supposed to be free. Anyway, guys, let's get into the rest of the video, and do all to let me know what you guys think in the comment section about this one.
Juneteenth is coming up, but there's a big problem because most people think Juneteenth colors are red, black, and green. But that's not Juneteenth. That's Pan-African. And I know this might sound wild, but stay with me because by the end of this, you're going to look at Juneteenth completely different. Juneteenth is not an African holiday. It is an American holiday. It is the day that enslaved people in Galveston, Texas found out they were free right here on this soil in this country. And Juneteenth became an official United States federal holiday in June of 2021. So Juneteenth actually has its own flag, and most people have never seen it. It's red, white, and blue with a star in the center and a burst around it. The star has a dual meaning. One, it represents Texas, the Lone Star State, and it also represents...
I didn't even know that. I'm gonna be personally honest. I didn't know that. I didn't even know that. Shabaka, Black Americans didn't stop the solidarity with worldwide. Africans stopped that. Africans stopped that when they came to America, when they thought they were better than Black Americans, when they didn't fall in line, when they're trying to infiltrate all their achievements and undermined us. Go with the white supremacists, spew the white supremacist ideology. That's when that shit started. Even with the Caribbeans did the same thing.
Represents the freedom of foundational Black Americans across all 50 states. And the burst around it represents a new beginning, the birth of a new day, and a fresh start for newly freed people. The same colors as the American flag, because the message is clear. Our freedom is American history, not borrowed from somewhere else. A foundational Black American who is a community organizer and activist named Ben Haith designed the flag in 1997 because he believed that Juneteenth deserved a symbol that told the truth about what the holiday actually is. This Juneteenth, don't let corporate America tell you how to represent our foundational Black American holiday. And let me know in the comments, did you know this already?
This comment is about Juneteenth, by the way. I want y'all to read it. I'm just gonna sit here. I wanna see your face after you read that. Yeah, exactly. I made that same face too.
Juneteenth events.
After you read that. Yeah, exactly. I made that same face too.
What the fuck? Hold on, my phone exactly, but these Black Americans exclusively think it's their holiday and nothing else should be enjoyed from the. But it's the truth. It's like, yo, just have fun. You don't have to control anything. Like, you don't have to control anything. Just have fun. Let me ask you a question. When I used to go to the West Indian Festival, I go to enjoy, Caribbean culture. I don't go to change shit saying like, oh, yo, where's the Black Americans? No, I go to enjoy myself. If you're not just trying to go over there and enjoy yourself, and this is just shows how scared and threatened you are of Black culture, Black American culture. Like Shabaka. I think Shabaka is threatening of Black American culture. For example, a Black American man made that fucking flag. Look what Shabaka says. Fuck the red, white, and blue. That the color of enslavement. That guy made that fucking flag. This is Pan Africanism. That's Pan Africanism, and like, what do y'all want me to say about Pan Africanism? Like they have our best interests? No, they never had our best interests. All they want to do is what's best for Africa. This is why there is a foundational Black Americans. This is why Black Americans is turning on all of these folks. This is why everybody think it was xenophobic. When was it xenophobic when all these Africans was talking shit about Black Americans? When was it xenophobic when they were undermining everything that we done? This is why I say the biasness comes in. Everybody want to cape for the Black diaspora and not Black Americans. When has Shabaka ever said anything great about Black Americans? We're everything except a fucking child of God.
Yeah, exactly. I made that same face too.
Juneteenth events. No Black DJs. Juneteenth events. Afro beats. I'm a piano. Juneteenth events. No Blacks. That's damn near what, let's talk about it. In the last week to now, couple days, and now couple minutes, hours, whatever, there has been an increasing number of Juneteenth events that do not center Black American people. Black American culture, which defeats the whole purpose of Juneteenth, a Black American holiday, a Black American celebration, a Black American remembrance for freedom of Black American enslaved people.
Shabaka, when have I ever bragged about what Europe done? I brag about the African Europeans. What you're doing is you're lying. That man made that fucking that Juneteenth flag, and you said fuck that flag. You make me sick, Shabaka. You make me throw up red, yellow, and green. That's what you make me throw up. You make me throw up Pan African colors, man. And you this is why I always tell people all the time: be careful who you consider a brother. This is why I don't like y'all Africans and you in the diasporas call me brother. Please don't call me a brother. It offends me, and I tell y'all that shit all the time. It offends me. Don't call me brother. You Pan Africans are sick, man. Black Americans is making a a fucking push to get reparations. We're making a big push. Y'all didn't make that push when we were all wearing the kufis and the daishikis and shit. You told us forget about that. You told us that we had fucking African studies. You told us we got Kwanzaa. That's probably one of the most widest holidays that black people celebrate. That's why I say if you're not a black American, if you don't support black Americans and or foundational black Americans, don't call me brother. It offends me. If you're a Pan African, please don't call me brother. It offends me. Don't call me brother Rosalind, brother Bronze. Don't do that. It's sick. It's sickening. It makes me throw up Pan African colors. That's what I spew when y'all call me that shit.
And y'all, as a DJ, like I'm I'm a Black American, but I'm also Caribbean. I have a Juneteenth set. I am not going to be playing dancehall, soca, any type of global black sound because it's not the time. Like this is literally not the time. This is not it. There's so much like black diasporic music that is specifically American. We have house, we have juke, we have.
Shout out to the FBA Caribbean girl because she's Caribbean and African. I mean Caribbean and Black American. So shout out to you, Shorty. Um, she gets the point. She gets the point. Like I said, shout out to her. She's Caribbean too. This is why I say, like, yo, this is why I have a problem, and I always tell people, like, yo, don't. When it comes to Black American culture and you don't care about it, just sit back and have a good time. When Africans are cooking and stuff and something looks dope, I just enjoy it. I don't say, oh yeah, you need to throw some macaroni and cheese in there. Oh, my auntie make the best fried chicken. No, I don't do that shit. I'd be like, yo, my uncle make a mean ass collard greens, throw that goosey bullshit away. No, I'll be like, okay, let me enjoy what they're giving me. It's called respect. And like I always tell people all the time, Shabaka, he don't respect Black American people. It's his way or no way. And this is why these old ass fucking Pan Africans need to get the fuck out the way. A lot of you old niggas need to get the fuck out the way. And Melrose said it best. Melrose said it. He's like, yo, these niggas need to get the fuck out the way. No, 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 no. Don't change it now, Shabaka. You said fuck that black man with the Juneteenth flag. When have I ever brag about straight hair? When have I ever? When have I? This is the lying, Shabaka. That's strike two, Shabaka. That's the second time you lied. Next time I'm gonna put you in timeout. You can't be lying. Fuck the fourth of the lie of they lied. White man has totally. That's strike two, Shabaka. That's all I'm gonna tell you. That's strike two that you lied. Next time, I'm getting you the fuck out of here for 30 minutes.
Have bounce, we have Miami bass, we have
Go-go
there's
music.
so much to choose from, and yet y'all are centering Amapiano, Afrobeat, soca, everything else that has nothing to do with Black Americans. Yes, Black people, but not Black Americans. And honestly, I don't know whether to blame it on the fact that y'all don't know or don't care, because both of them are equally egregious. Actually, maybe one more than the other, but they're still terrible. Because how can y'all claim to be cultural bearers, cultural creators, people who are making events for the culture, for the Bay Area Black culture, and don't know shit about shit? And if you do know, that's insulting as fuck. We have Black History Month for a reason, to celebrate Black people as a whole, as a people. We have that. Juneteenth is literally one day to celebrate specifically Black Americans, and y'all have taken it and colonized it in your own way. That's disrespectful. That's stupid. Honestly, like, y'all are showing cultural incompetence, and also y'all are highlighting the fact that when you think about DJ lineups, when y'all think about curating parties, when y'all think about throwing shit, it just seems like y'all care about money and doing something that everybody wants to talk about, social media, whatever. Like, y'all do not care. Y'all are showing your ass, like 100%. Y'all don't care, and that shows me a lot. Y'all are on my list, and honestly, I'm so fucking irritated about this. Like, y'all show how the lack of care and intention and knowledge.
But Shabaka, do we really want to talk about what came out of Pan Africanism? Freaks came out of Pan Africanism. Dr. York, Nature Boy, African Bunbada, Dr. Umar, who's a scammer, but he's not a freak like these niggas is. He's a freak, but he ain't a freak like these niggas is. You know, this is the shit that came out of Pan-Africanism. I would never want my kid to go into Pan-Africanism, because you got niggas like Dr. York and fucking Nature Boy running around that motherfucker. Like, I'm just being personally honest. He's you will not brainwash my children. What the nigga, you got older kids. Shabaka, you like in your 70s, my man. Stop it sounding like you're a victim. You're not no fucking victim. You're not no fucking victim. Stop playing victim.
That y'all have every day, and now y'all are showing it in the worst way. Y'all are showing and proving Black Americans' point about y'all don't really care about the culture. You just want to be consumers of it, or those who produce and like sell it, repackage it and sell it. Like, y'all don't actually care for the things that you say you do. Y'all literally just perpetrating out here. So list them down below. I want to see all these fake ass Juneteenth events.
On Juneteenth, all I know is I better not catch you in anything that isn't red. Red on Juneteenth is meant to symbolize the sacrifices of the ancestors that didn't make it to freedom. But when it comes to food specifically, food historian Michael Twitty says that eating red-colored foods can likely be traced back to Yoruba and Congo peoples that were brought to Texas during enslavement. And this year for Juneteenth, I wanted to figure out what Juneteenth traditions would look like for me. And the core elements of that are community gathering, barbecue, and red-colored foods. It also helps that red-colored foods are in peak season around this time of year. So your whole spread better be red. If you need some more Juneteenth inspiration on what should be on your spread, you can purchase Watermelon and Redbirds by Nicole Taylor. If you don't have a copy of this book yet, that doesn't mean I can't support it. Juneteenth is in a couple days, so you still have some time to get it all together, but make sure whatever you get together is red.
I guess trying to take away Black History Month from Black Americans wasn't enough this year. Ghana wants people to celebrate Juneteenth this year in Africa. It says Juneteenth return to the motherland in 2026. They say you can visit Ghana and explore connections to African American history. The lies. Blanked lies. Ghana has no connections to Black Americans, not even my ancestors. You don't have nothing there to celebrate Black American history. The money scams, I just keep going. I can't understand that some Africans want people to praise Africa because it's so-called the motherland. But you can't make any money moves without throwing somebody else in there.
Mm-hmm.
AKA Black Americans. This should be interesting. Because what history? Ghana has nothing to do with us. Nothing. At all. Nothing. Well, people, are you guys going to Ghana to celebrate Black American history this year?
It comes to Juneteenth, I think the problem we're having with other diasporas coming in and why they feel like they are a part of it is because all of these companies all across the nation have been advertising the colors that are not for Juneteenth. They keep advertising Pan-African colors when Juneteenth colors are the national colors, red, white, and blue, because we are American. This is a Black American holiday. And even with the Juneteenth flag, it is red, white, and blue. And I can tell you guys what the flag represents and all these kind of things like that. That Lone Star in the middle represents Texas for when they came into Galveston, Texas, to let them know, hey, there's no more slavery. You know what I'm saying? Then you have the 12 points or whatever that's supposed to be the birth to just say, you know, like, we're free, we're out there, it's a new start, a new beginning, you know, kind of like a big bang with the universe. Like, there's a new day, a new age. And the horizon that's here too in the colors also represent that too. It's like a new horizon, a new day. We are Americans. Juneteenth should be advertised with red, white, and blue. So when you seeing people posting stuff with Pan-African colors and advertising with Pan-African colors, this is why other diasporas be feeling like Juneteenth is for everybody when it's not. And if we was advertising it red, white, and blue, they would automatically be able to link the two. So you guys, on Juneteenth, red, white, and blue.
I would have did red, yellow, and black, but red, white, and blue, I understand. You know, because Black Americans had their own flags, so like we can't act like we don't have our own flags and stuff like that. That flag right there, that's our flag. We got probably one of the most dopest flags ever. We got better flags than the Africans, better flags than the Caribbeans, better flags than the Latinos. That flag is the dopest right there. I like the Juneteenth flag. Our flag is better, even better than the Caribbeans. You know, so I can't. Yo, I'm tooting my own fucking horn. Fuck it. You know.
Blue. That's our colors. This is our flag. Oh, it was made in 1997 by Ben Hayth. You guys. So maybe if people knew this and people actually like advertise this stuff better, then the other diasporas would know this is not about you.
I don't want to see taco food trucks, African food trucks, or Jamaican food trucks at Juneteenth events this summer. That is exploitation. That is not honoring our ancestors. That is not helping and uplifting U.S. chattel slavery descendants. That is not helping us circulate money back into our community. If you look up what Juneteenth is for and who specifically it's for, you will understand why I'm asking you to honor our ancestors instead of trying to use our celebration as an open market, an opportunity to make money off of us and exploit us. I'm just going to celebrate at home. I think that I'm just going to celebrate at home. I'm going to venerate the ancestors, and I'm going to treat myself, and I'm going to find a Black American business to circulate my money into, because I'm tired. Like, I'm tired of having to share every single thing that's not even for other people, and they get to have their own shit. It's irritating. Like, we're not going to Carnival and setting up USA stands. You feel me? We're not going to Carnival and setting up USA food trucks. We're not going to Carnival and setting up an FBA necklace stand. We're not doing that. So that's what I mean by y'all are disrespectful and exploiting us. You're not trying to honor our ancestors. You're not trying to support us. You're taking money out of our community and you're spending it elsewhere. You're not an actual supporter. You're an opportunist. That's it. So if you really truly support us, then support us, spend money with us, circulate money in our community to celebrate Juneteenth for U.S. chattel slavery descendants, not everybody else.
Juneteenth is for and about Black Americans. It's not about the diaspora. It's not about Haitians. It's not about Jamaicans. It's not about people in the Caribbean. It is not about people who are not from America. It's been very interesting over the past couple of years to see the diaspora and all of the tethers and all of the people who are Black but not from America at all try to claim Juneteenth as a part of their own. There are even some Juneteenth celebrations that are saying, oh, this is a celebration of the diaspora, and we're going to talk about Africa, and we're going to talk about Nigeria and Jamaica and wherever. And I'm here to say that no, this is about Black Americans. If you celebrate Juneteenth, I personally think that it's been overtaken by leftism, but that's neither here nor there. If you celebrate Juneteenth and you are an African American, you are a Black American, this holiday is for you. This holiday is not for you to share with the entire diaspora. This is not something else for them to colonize and cut you out of, because they like doing that a lot. I think that some African is even the CEO of Essence, which is wild. But this is about Black Americans. So Black Americans, if you celebrate Juneteenth, let it be about you, Black Americans, and not the entire diaspora.
Shout out to
Happy Juneteenth, you guys. If you somehow still don't know by this point, Juneteenth is
shout out to the coon bandit. He's a coon, but he understand. He is a coon. I'm not gonna lie, nigga's a coon. But you know, he did his thing. He said what he was supposed to say. Shout out to him.
celebration of the last enslaved people being emancipated 2.5 years after the Emancipation Proclamation in Texas. And I was thinking about recently how like every year when we come around for Juneteenth or Black History Month, one of the main things that is discussed is obviously like our history. And like I'm a history major, so obviously I think understanding that context and how far we came and everything that's happened is so incredibly important, especially when like that is being used to contextualize what is currently happening today. But I also think it's an important reminder to remember that Juneteenth is also about celebration, right? It was the celebration of slavery finally being over in America. And as cliche as it is, I do think it's very important to remember that joy is resistance, joy is a form of protest, and Black Americans deserve to feel joy, and we don't have to center our experience around suffering. And again, it's important to know the history, educate yourself on the history, educate on why we've had to overcome this and why we are having to celebrate this freedom. But this is also a time to live in that freedom and to not have to cater to non-Black Americans, and to do things in both remembrance but also celebration of our ancestors and the work they've done to get us into this place today.
Juneteenth coming up. Africans in West Indies, please sit this one out, please. It's not about us. Please sit this one out. Don't be
Just enjoy yourself. That's it. Just enjoy yourself. Have a good time. That's all.
in their space playing Afro beats, soca, reggae. It's not for us. It's not for us. Go and cheer your friends on. Go be the backup dancer. It's not about you, babes. I meant to post this video the other day. It's not too late. Do not plan any events that surrounded African anything, Caribbean anything. This is not for us. I promise. We will survive. My friend asked me if I took off for Juneteenth. No, it's not about me. I'll be there after work. I'll go support my friends. I'll go to the event. I love a line dance. What you talking about? No, I'm not taking off. It's not about me. So please just don't embarrass me. I don't want them on here bringing up Jamaica, because you know Jamaica, the first island they bring up when they talking about Caribbeans. It's like they only know us, okay? Please, we don't want no diaspora war. Please just go support your friends. Let the Black Americans have it.
So I'm in the park and I just heard this young white woman ask somebody else what events they were going to tomorrow, and saying that they were looking forward to having the day off. And it got me frustrated, and I might have a hot take. I don't think that anybody but Black people should be resting or partying tomorrow. I think that Juneteenth, especially because of the history of what Juneteenth stands for, should be a holiday where everyone else, because you have the day off, because you get this time, should be activating around how you can support black people, right? In some way, whether it's on an individual basis or institutional basis. Especially for me, like, I'm over here spending my Juneteenth as a black person, raising money to help black people through mutual aid, so on and so forth. And it's just like, huh? Anyway, if you are seeing this and you are someone who's non-black and wants to support black people, donate here. We're helping 100 unhoused black people with hygiene products, cash, food, socks, and so on and so forth.
Shout out to him, man. Yo, this is the thing. This is black excellence right here. Where everybody, what he's doing, he's explain what's going on, Dorsey. Salute, salute, salute. He's showing black excellence. And shout out to him, man. A lot of and he's a mixed kid. We could tell he's a mixed race, but he's doing what's best for a black American. Look up Jackson, Mississippi, and oh shit. Shout out, shout out to Dorsey. Dorsey, we'll talk about that Monday. We got new rules too. I'll put it in the live chat. It's just I had a strike violation, so I couldn't be on for a whole week. I'm gonna try to open up another account, but yeah, that shit was copy struck. So yeah, yeah. Um, but yeah, let's
In care packages. So, and we've done this for almost 10 years in a row. Anyway.
Honestly, regardless of whatever it is, whether it's Black History Month in February, whether it's Juneteenth on June 19th.
yeah, remember it on Monday. We got new joints too. Yeah, Shabaka been crashing out. Let's see what what a lot of y'all will say. Jackson, Mississippi, the Pan African mayor that died. He was an informant for that CIA. Yeah, we're gonna run that back. We're gonna run that topic back on Monday, Dorsey. If you see the new if you see the new yeah, when you see the new policies and stuff, you'll see. Yeah, Chewbacca, he's out here crashing out, talking stupid. He's a bullshit. Ghana has and always will be at the forefront of African unity. Yeah, African unity, Chewbacca. And they were in the forefront of fucking slavery too. So them Senegal and Nigeria, they were at the forefront of that. Yeah, you always forget to talk about that. Love to see the people of Africa and the people worldwide celebrate red. What was it? Africa, red, gold, and yellow. Yeah, that shit is trashed, Shabaka. That shit is ass juice. I'm gonna be personally honest. Um, I'm gonna give you a topic to talk about, Shabaka, and again, stay on topic.
Whether it's any celebration about Black struggle that Black Americans went through in America, I honestly do not want us Africans getting involved anymore. And I am saying it plain. It is high time, it is past time. We need to just allow these people to do their thing. Let them celebrate, let them cry, let them laugh, let them remember their ancestors in peace without us jumping into the comment section trying to say shit, without us posting that
Shabaka, she called you out.
without us making it about Ghana,
What's
about
going on,
Nigeria,
Robin?
about
Salute,
lineage
salute.
or DNA test or whatever. Let's just allow them to do their thing, because at this point, sis, honestly, let's be honest with ourselves. Sometimes it feels like we know what we are doing. It feels intentional every single year. When it's their day, we show up, we hijack the conversation, we start arguing online, we start comparing the pain. And deep down, I think some of us are just triggering them on purpose. We want to see what they will say. We want to start that fight. Oh, today is their day. Let me go and comment something and, trigger them. But why are we doing that? Why can't we just let them have their day? Why can't we just sit this particular one out? Because this particular one has absolutely nothing to do with us. Black Americans have specific history in America: slavery in the United States, Jim Crow, police brutality, voter oppression. That is their story. That is their healing. That is their Juneteenth, not ours, right? We have our own history. We have our own colonial story. We have our own Independence Day. Let us go and celebrate our own. When we are celebrating our own, they don't try to get involved. So my message today to all Africans watching this: for once, okay, let's just sit down. For once, let's not comment any trash today. For once, let's not make it about ourselves. Let them do their thing. Let them have their space. Let them heal without us trying to be in the room and trying to involve ourselves in it. Because respect is not always about talking, talking, talking. Sometimes respect is about silence. Sometimes respect is about stepping back. Sometimes the most loving thing you can do for them is, not to insert yourself. So that's my stand. That's my emphasis. Africans, this Juneteenth and every other Juneteenth after this, let them have their day. No hijacking, no inserting. No, what about us? Anyway, I want to hear from you people, Africans. Be honest. Why do we find it so hard to stay out of anything relating to Black Americans? Tell me.
That's a question. Why is it so hard for Africans or the Black diaspora to stay out of things that's not theirs? That's a good question. Shout out to African mama over here. She's telling the truth. Well, it is fundamentally an American holiday. Well, yeah, of course, because America caused the Africa and American caused the fucking problem. So what you want me to say, Robin? Your people caused the fucking problem. We wouldn't have a Black Juneteenth if if you just left motherfuckers alone. That's why fucking Carmelo caught one into the heart, man. It's just mind your fucking business. Leave Africans and natives alone. And I'm not trying to say that Carmelo does. I mean, Austin deserved it, but Austin was minding his fucking business. Maybe he could have been bullying somebody else right now. Right now, they sent his ass to his ancestors. So, what you want me to say? Like, I love the holiday, Juneteenth. Yeah, it gives me. It brings Black Americans together. We get to party, we get to eat, chill out. I think it's a great holiday. Like, yo, and also it gives us it gave us a moment to think about all the revolts we have, all the sacrifices that Black Americans had, the inventions Black Americans have. So it's more than just slavery. It makes you think about other things that Black Americans have done. It's not like, oh yeah, they gave us slavery. I mean, they gave us abolishment. No, we fought for that shit. We fought out of slavery. So do they let the kids off school on? Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Because it's an American holiday, like you said. It's a Black American holiday, but it's an American holiday. So yeah, they give everybody that day off and time and a half. So yeah, like I was telling Shabaka, it causes. We can't just blame the white people for for slavery. We also gotta blame fucking Africans who sold the slaves, and the small hacks who funded slavery. So, and the white people who benefit, and I'm talking about the government, the white supremacist government that said it was okay, and the Pope that gave the okay. So, like, yes, we can't just blame white folks. There's a lot of other people we could be blaming. It's just it's just white supremacists act like they didn't do anything. So Oh, this nigga bringing out the Bible now. You ain't Shabbat, bro. Dorsey, you ain't even a Christian, man. We bringing out the Bible with your hands, living quiet life and mind your damn business, bro. Nah, Robin's cool. He one thing about him, Dorsey, he wonders. So when Robin wonders, I tell him the truth. It's like, oh shit, you wasn't your people were the problem. You were you and the Africans were the problem. You know. And you see this, Robin, I am throwing the Africans in there because if the Africans would have just stopped selling people, because they're known for selling people, human trafficking, like that Chinese, like the Chinamen, they're known for human trafficking and brothels, and this shit would have never happened. Always tell me the actual truth. Robin, I have to tell you the truth. I don't want you going around here like these other white folks thinking that they didn't do anything. You know, and to think about it, the reason, and it's not fully your fault, it's the government fault. The government said it was okay to have African slaves. This is why I say reparation is a prime example. We're getting money from the government. They said it was okay. And they found out it was the worst thing that they ever done. Now they can't hide it. And Robin, just to make you feel all right, it was under Democrat policies. So it was under it was under the democracy of the Democrats. So yeah, thou should not pocket watch. If I want to go to, put it this way, with my reparation money, if I want to go to Magic City and throw a few $1,000s and eat lemon pepper chickens, that's my problem. What I want to do with my reparation money. All right, so fuck you niggas. All right, Robin, you will be there with me, so you can't complain. Robin, I'm bringing you to Magic City to go eat some lemon pepper chicken and throw a few thousand. All right. And we're coming. You're going back to New York, and I'm going back to Massachusetts. All right. And we're gonna drive down there. It's gonna be me, you, Dorsey, and Rando. We'll meet Dorsey down there because he's getting his own reparation. Oh shit. Oh my god. We going to see some, yeah, we going to the strip club.
If this message makes sense to you or if I am wrong, drop your thoughts in the comments. But please, let's do this
Gullery, we meet you
respectfully
down
and
there.
all
Yeah, I
the
think
thoughts.
Gullery, what you in you in Louisiana, right? We'll meet you down there. We'll meet you in Atlanta. So we can go to Magic City. Me, you, E. Will, Dorsey, yeah. Lala Brown. Who else we gonna be there? Charlie Shaw. We all going to Magic City. Big old the pursuer nappiness. Y'all niggas is crazy. Y'all got me laughing out here. Yeah, niggas is wild. Yo, yeah.
If you made it this far, thank
Then after that, you'll see why reparations was so important, Robin. If I fuck my money up, I just fuck it up. I'ma still work, I'ma still work and have my own business, but it's like I said, that's what I would do with reparation money.
For you all. And first and foremost, man, I want to thank everyone for the love and support. And like I always say, I will always be humble and thankful for that. And before we get started, please hit that subscribe button for your boy. Please hit that subscribe button for your boy. Now, these Pan-Africans, man. Pan-Africans are upset with Black Americans over Juneteenth. Think about
Thanks,
this, y'all.
Robin.
The Pan-Africans are upset with Black Americans because of Juneteenth. Now, reason why they upset because Black Americans are putting a hand out like, hold on now. Black Americans are speaking out. Black Americans are putting a boundary between what we have going on, and they are.
Oh yeah, Miss Ramirez too. We'll see you down there, Miss Ramirez at Magic City. So shout out to Miss Ramirez. I forgot Miss Ramirez.
Said because we not allowing Caribbeans and Africans to crowbar their culture into our culture. They really upset with that. Now, before I get started, I'm gonna play this video of this lady going off on Black Americans. She's a Black American, but she's a Pan African also. So I'm gonna let y'all listen to this. Here we go.
I'm tired of Black Americans. I said it. I'm getting tired of Black Americans with this fear and insecurity of oneself. It's getting on my nerves. That what amplifies the diaspora wars. It's the insecurity.
She's probably a feminist too. I do want to say I want to throw that in there. I think she's a feminist too. A lot of feminists look like her. She's beautiful. I would say that she is a beautiful FBA woman. She's happily ideology is Pan Africanism. You know, um, we don't have fear. That's the thing. We don't have fear or anything. You know, most of our ideology come from all the. Oh yeah, we're bringing Miss Ramirez down there. You ain't gonna bring Miss Ramirez to the. Dorsey. Don't do that. Bring it to the. Bring it to Magic City, man. Let that be a great experience, man. Come on.
Really. There was this video, Juneteenth is coming about. There's this video that went viral of this Black American girl that talked about how Juneteenth is basically being hijacked by others of the Black diaspora. And she was going on how she don't want to listen, she don't want to hear reggae when they playing. I want to listen to Mary J. Blige, Fat Joe, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Anything like American down, right? And it killed me how so many Black American people were actually believing and actually agreeing, like basically saying that Juneteenth is being hijacked and everybody else turned it to their own culture. And what killed me is that y'all don't actually give a fuck about Juneteenth. Y'all could care less about Juneteenth. Y'all don't care about them not knowing that they were free and they got the late fucking message. Y'all don't care about that. Y'all damn sure. Matter of fact, y'all don't even care about the identity of being Black. Y'all just want to grasp onto the identity and the history of the identity without actually understanding the history of the identity and the identity in order to embrace the identity and the history of the identity. Y'all are like lost in the sauce. Like, where are y'all getting this information from? It's not
Facts.
and I must tell you right now, it stems from having low racial self-esteem, insecurities. It comes from fear. It's just so odd, bro. Remind you, this is coming from
He's just a cock blogger.
American. My people was here since the 1600s, shipped off in Charleston, South Carolina, and some in Virginia. Some of them got split up, shipped to the West Indies. Hey, but it's like,
She's not understanding. Not all of us came off that slave ship, you know, including my family. Most of us didn't come off that slave ship. Can have some, yeah, some probably did, but not all of them. Probably a small percentage of them came off the slaves. You gotta. I think people have to understand understand that there was only 4% of Africans that came to America. There were already people here. Were they African? Yes, they have African DNA, but they've been far removed from Africa. You know, I will say that that's only my issue with that conversation. Is she right? No. I respect it, you know. I respect what she's saying. That's just how she feels about it. But it seems like she don't know enough Black people to feel that way. You know, she probably heard from one or two, you know, old school niggas like, oh yeah, I don't like Africans. The old school talk, these African, but because also too, you got to understand a lot of these old school Black folks, they don't like Africans, and this is the prime reason because of this. The shit that we're talking about now, the older school elder people warn us about, and this is a lot of people who push back on Pan Africanism. That people who already said that, yo, I'm not African, I'm from America. My family been here for thousands of years. You know, don't forget a lot of this African American shit was pushed like like 40 years ago, 40 maybe 50 years ago.
are y'all good? Are y'all okay? Black people who have high racial self-esteem and don't move off of fear do not participate.
Now, y'all heard that, right? Y'all heard what she said. Y'all heard the buffoonery. I'm gonna call it the Pan-African coonery that this woman was speaking. Now, the Pan-African coonery this woman was speaking is talking about it's not being hijacked. How is not being hijacked, ma'am? Please tell me how Juneteenth is not being hijacked.
At one point in time, y'all, Juneteenth was just a Texas thing, right? It was strictly Texas and maybe another few states that was close by. But that
look at this motherfucker. Yo, look at my man. Yo, why he do that to the Pan African? Yo, that look like Shabaka. Yo, that guy right here, he look like Shabaka. Yo, Shabaka, if that nigga was light skinned, that nigga would look just like you, Shabaka. Yo. Why niggas is doing this to the Pan Africans? Yo.
was the main one
Oh
celebrating it during that time.
shit.
But
Oh
when
my
Biden them
god.
got in office, they gave the Juneteenth holiday. Now the whole United States is celebrating, which is
Yeah,
fine. There's a
shut
lot
up.
of people that didn't know nothing about.
I'll say that that's the best thing Biden ever done. Cute. Yes, I was shocked when I realized my family was here since the Revolutionary War. Robin, did your family have slaves? If you, but the thing about it, Robin, you're an Irishman. You probably was an indentured servant. Yeah, your family was probably an indentured servant. You wasn't black yet. I mean, you wasn't white yet. So you do know that, right? You probably wasn't white yet. Yeah. So yeah, you was indentured servants. A lot of, and you just worked out of slavery. But niggas was still busting you in the head with you. They were busting your ancestors in the head with fucking potatoes. The Brits was the Brits, the Scots, the Germans. Yeah, they will go back to your country and just sling a fucking potato at you, bust you in the head with a potato, my man. So yeah, they were ruthless to you, Robin. That's why. No, I have a Union hat, not Confederate. So I figured we never did. Yeah, Robin, when you say Union, I was thinking that shit too. So shout out to you. I was thinking that, Robin. But yeah, them Englishmen were fucking ruthless to y'all. So yeah, it's
Juneteenth
yeah.
until the holiday came up. So I think it's a great thing. I'm happy to see other states celebrating Juneteenth.
Me too.
So my thing is, we're not delusional people. We're not delusional at all. You know what I'm saying? And I think the problem with her is she want us to accept these immigrants bringing their culture to our stuff. They didn't have nothing to do with the freedom of my people. They didn't have nothing to do with being freed late. They wasn't a part of those people in Galveston, Texas. It just wasn't. So why should I include an African culture and with Caribbean culture with something that went on in the United States? What Africans got to do with it? What Caribbeans got to do with it? Somebody educate me. Listen, y'all. I'm one of those people that love to learn. When I'm around people with knowledge, I sit there and be quiet. I listen. Then I go back on what they said and I study what they said. That's what I do. If somebody can show me why Africans and Caribbeans and their cultures should be mixed in with Juneteenth, somebody make it make sense for me. If it makes sense, okay, cool. But it don't make sense. It can't make sense. Because when Africans have their little stuff going on, when Caribbeans have their little stuff going on, we don't force our black American culture onto them. We don't. And everybody has a right not to, I don't want to hear no Caribbean music at no Juneteenth. I don't want to hear no Afro beats.
Me either.
I don't want to hear no Acapulco, whatever that shit called in South Africa. I don't want to hear that. I want to hear black American music. I want to hear the Gap Band. I want to hear some Patti LaBelle. I want to hear some NBA Youngboy. You know what I'm saying?
I want to hear some go-go music. I ain't gonna lie. Go-go music, Baltimore music. What else I want to hear? Oh shit, she's thick. Some Baltimore music. I want to hear some house music, some techno. And I'm talking about black techno. I want to hear ghetto. I want to hear ghetto house, and everything. I want to hear all of that shit. You know, so yeah, that's what I want to hear. You know, And that's just me. You know, y'all might want to hear something different, but that personally, that's what I want to hear.
Saying I want to hear who else we got. I want to hear some Kirk Franklin.
He said,
Let's play some gospel music.
he said Chuck
I don't want to
Berry.
hear nothing outside of that.
You want to hear my dingling, my dingling. That's what you want to hear, Robin. I want you to play with my dingling. Yeah, that's Chuck Berry. He said, I love that song. Yeah, that's Chuck Berry.
If it ain't Black American at these Juneteenth events, I'm gonna be pissed off because I'm
Yeah.
going this weekend in Dallas, and it better not be nothing dealing with Africans. It just better not be. Then she gonna mention we don't care about the people being free. We do care. That's why we celebrate it, man. I know you as a Pan African don't like the idea of what Black Americans are doing with this delineation, and I understand a lot of Pan Africans, man. They've been fighting for these Africans, and not even people that don't even know what Pan African is. Always have a love affair for Africans and the Caribbeans, and I totally understand. But delineation is here. It's been too many turncoats that came over to this land and have undermined Black society. It's just too many. And me as a
Nah, it's Ted the Hunter. Nah, not really. I'm starting to pick up who is what. In the beginning, I'm gonna be personally honest. Ted the Hunter. In the beginning, it was hard. I'm not gonna lie, it was super hard. And the reason, pause too. It was very difficult on figuring out. It was difficult, but you can tell by a lot of these people mannerisms, how they talk. Uneducated on certain things. I was about to order some canned food, good food. Who advertised as Black Hole found out it's a Jamaican food company. Yeah, it be like that sometimes. My best advice, as what I usually do, I do mom and pops. Um, and I'm not trying to tell you to not support other immigrants. But these other immigrants who are undermining black folks, I wouldn't support them. That's just me. I wouldn't support it if you undermining black Americans and our struggle and our achievements and all this other stuff. You got a great disdain for black Americans. Like if Shabaka had a store, I would never go into it. I would stay 5 feet away from it is because Shabaka, the way how he talks about black Americans. I'm not trying to tell you don't support because I like Jamaican food. You know, I like certain African food like fish stew and rice. They're rice and beans, but I'm not gonna be eating no crazy shit like no monkey McNuggets and shit like that. So that's just me. I'm not gonna be eating no Mighty Joe Young, Mighty Joe Young monkey stew. You know, I'm not eating that shit. Don't worry, Shabaka. I'll go to your store. Robin, because you're Africans, Robin. You're African Irishmen. Don't forget, you could claim Africa because don't forget, you say you got Congolese DNA in your Irish blood. So, okay, keep it local. We need to build our community infrastructure. We can I'm gonna say this to the hunter. They can't act like we don't have no black communities. We do have black middle class communities. We do have black upper class communities. um 1 in 20 black Americans are middle class. you know like I get it. In Boston they were like, I mean in Massachusetts they're like there's 8% black people that make $8. It's a fucking lie. But if they want to run with it, let them run with it. Let them think that we're broke. you know Motherfuckers getting money out here. If they're gonna keep up, this is why I always tell people all the time. If you're Black American, most of us, we live productive lives. We live great lives out here. So it's not hold on. It's a monkey bread. Yeah, we don't want no fucking what you call it? We don't want no zebra back ribs and shit. Like, yeah, we don't want that. Oof. Yeah, the black community had went down there, but I think was it Baldwin Hills? I think is in California. Is it Baldwin Hills in Georgia or California? Give me a second. Give me 1 second. We're gonna do something a little bit different. Let's see. Yeah, right here. Okay. All right. So bust it. Black middle class neighborhoods. I'm gonna name some. You got DC. You got was it Bowie, Fort Washington, and Mitchell Valley. I mean Ville Valley. No, I said it. No, Ville. I'm sorry, Mitchellville. Then you got Atlanta's suburbs, and I'm talking about Stone Mountain and Snellville. Las Vegas, Baldwin Hills, like I said, and View Park. Chicago, you got Olympia Field and Madison. What else you got? Texas, you got Cedar Hill. In historical demographics, let's see what we got. I'm gonna name some more. Let's see. Upper class, African upper class. Let's see. All right, so I'm gonna name some again. There's one in Boston. One in Massachusetts, Oak Bluff. That's Martha's Vineyard. That's in the Cape. Baldwin Hills, like I said. Lydia Heights, California. Bowie, Maryland. Woodmore, Maryland. Mitchellville, Maryland. Randallstown, Maryland. Olympia Field. High Creek, New York, and Cedar Hill, Texas. So there are black neighborhoods. So they can't lie to us, talk about, oh yeah, we don't have no black neighborhoods. Yup. Venus and Serena. Thank you. Dorsey. So we have middle class neighborhoods. It's not like we don't have middle class. He said, "Zebra back rib sounds fire." Yeah, so we do have black neighborhoods. California might be a little bit different because a lot of black people are moving out of California, but we do have middle class neighborhoods. So yeah, yeah, we do have it. You know, when I get some money, I'm gonna move to Oak Bluff. You know, I've heard the large middle class upper class black in Atlanta. Yeah, those are the most known. Um, yeah, those are the most known that Black Americans do go to. So yeah, that's yeah. But Oak Bluff, yeah, I want to move there now. Get me in that house there. Who knows? I might use that as a summer house. You know, yeah, man. Moved out there with black folks and stuff like that. Yeah, like I always tell people all the time. Hold on, is it Inglewood is still hood? I don't know. I haven't been in California in like 30 years. Or 20, 25, 20, 15, 25 years. Yeah. Uh, I literally thought you said, I'm moving on old block. No, hell no. I'm moving on old block. Crazy. I like, don't move there. Nah, Robin, I ain't moving there, player. But yeah, like we have nice shit out here. So it's this is why I always tell Shabaka, why would I move to fucking Africa and we got nice middle class places in America with black folks? You know, and we got to start telling people like, yo, what do you mean we didn't achieve anything? What do you mean we don't have anything? You know, we got nice shit out here. I ain't moving no fucking Africa. Niggas is wildin'. We don't die, we multiply, especially with the Asian. Yeah, they feel it. Yeah, Asians is feeling the pain of like not of not benefiting off of Black America. Because don't forget, um, with Black money, the Asians what they spend it like 3 or 4 times before it leaves their hands. So yeah, um, the small hats, I think they do like 12 times before they leave their hands and stuff. It actually stays in their community. So yeah, they're starting to feel it. That FBA shit, yeah, they're feeling it. And this isn't just like no Pan African shit. When that shit happened, we didn't hear no Pan Africans talk about all this bullshit that's happening. Even and let me tell you something, and I gotta throw Flacco under the bus. When them Africans kidnapped that black woman because she tried to change the price, Flacco didn't talk about that shit. Flacco didn't talk about the disdain that these Africans here dresses have for Black Americans. I have to call Flacco out on that. You know, Flacco can talk about all the oh yeah, we should be working together. We are all black. Nah, nigga, it's blackers when it's convenient with y'all. You know, even with Flacco when he was disrespecting black people on No Jumper just to get ahead. You know, and it is what it is. Yeah, if you see these small hats communities in Crown Heights, yeah, I'll never go there. You know, because God, just in case anything happened, I'm gonna die there because they won't pick me up because I'm not Ashkenazi. You know, somebody told me that. They said that's for their community, and I understand. I'm not mad. You know, you can't be mad about that. But hey, if a Black American does that, they're gonna have to respect that. We are witnessing a new Black Renaissance. We making economic moves. Yes, yes, Dorsey. And the thing about it, a lot of people try to hide that, talking about, oh yeah, we broke, we're on welfare. And like now, you gotta look at now because don't forget, 6 months ago, Dorsey, they were saying that Black Americans were on welfare mostly. We figured out it was white folks. Then now they want to use per capita. We're not using per capita. We're using how many people is collecting welfare. How many people are collecting welfare, you know? And just it is what it is. Uh yeah, that's why I don't understand why successful black athletes and entertainers move to the YT. I buy myself some land and create my own. No knows. Let me tell you what it is. Tether Hunter, and this is just my point of view. This is just how I feel. I think a lot of these celebrities think that white people's water is better than white folks' water is better than black people's water. They think they're gonna get some type of power, you know. And I always teach my kids because my kids is mixed. They're half their mama's Cambodian, you know. But I always tell my kids, you're a Black American. You're black. You're black before anything, you know. And the reason why is God forbid anything happen to them, they're gonna be a nigga, you know. That's what people. Somebody get mad at them. You a nigga, baby. You ain't combined no more. You're a nigga, baby. You're a nigga, baby. You know, so I always tell them you black first. That's cool. You want to know your mama's language and all that's cool and shit like that. But at the end of the day, God forbid anything happens to you, the people that's going to be defending you is Black Americans. That's why I don't believe in this mixed shit and all this. Oh, yeah, it makes no. That semen came out of my willy, out of my wee wee, you know. So my kids is black, you know. They mama, their mama is Asian, but they black. Yeah, you're gonna get yourself in some trouble and you're gonna get your nigga wake up call. I'm telling you this before you, I'm putting this in your head and telling you that this is what's gonna happen. What's her name? Candace Owens is finding out. Candace Owens is finding out this the hard way. You know? She think, oh yeah, because I'm Caribbean, and maybe she might be half black. Who knows? I don't know her whole family background, but we know she do promotes her Caribbean background. She has a Caribbean biasness. She has always said. We can thank white investors in the city. I can't spell the real word. Uh, I don't know what you. Well, you talking about smart hats? I don't know. Can I call in to explain my statements when black communities start having Starbucks? No. And the reason why I don't want to start that, Dorsey, because that's not the topic. You know, but that might be a topic sooner or later. Give me a second, Dorsey. You just gave me a topic for this week. Give me a second, Dorsey. That was a good question. Thank you, Dorsey. I do appreciate that. We're gonna do a topic question on that sooner this week. Like my community were Indian, and I always tell the kids, "You're an American. Never forget that." Yeah. I think that's very important, especially with the kids. Our kids is our generation. And I always tell people, hold on one second. I always tell my kids, I always influence my kids. Fuck around with Black Americans. Once they get over, what do you think of that Obama library opening? Looks nice. Basketball. It's nice, but and I know I don't usually say but I think I think it's a money play for the Democrats. You know, instead of them building that shit for Obama, I think they should have helped the communities get resources. You know, hopefully the Obama library promotes resources for people in the city. Because don't forget, Obama's from Hawaii. I think Obama just went to school in Chicago. You know, yeah. Like Obama is a. I look at Obama like I look at Kanye. Obama and Kanye was never in the hood. They were never in these dangerous neighborhoods. They were never around these type of folks. Obama, Obama's mama was white. She would never have him around that type of fuckery. Kanye West's mother was a fucking professor of Chicago University or University of Chicago. So Kanye was never around that. He's flogging. He's flogging. He's flogging to his audience, and it's okay. You don't got to be a gangbanger, but at the end of the day, niggas will test the waters with you. So that's the thing. Niggas will test the waters with you. So Obama, he had a whole bunch of black people talk about "fuck you, Barry" and started "fuck you, Barry," and they started doing that shit. Yeah, it's Obama doesn't. Obama doesn't. Obama don't. He's not the end all and be all for black folks. His wife might be the end all for be all for black folks before Obama is, because Obama's Kenyan. You know, Miss Michelle is Geechee. She's from South Carolina. You know, Mrs. Obama. You know, she's her real name is Robinson. She's a Geechee. A lot of those folks from South Carolina are Geechee. You know, so yeah. Let's keep on going, everybody.
Black American, I'll be a fool to continue to allow that to happen. And I'm pretty sure the people that's watching is not gonna be a fool anymore and continue to allow that mess to happen also. So that's my thing, man. And it's sad for me to see Pan Africans, man, uplift these black immigrants, but always poop on black Americans. It seemed like black Americans did them wrong. It just
I don't think he's understanding too. Pan Africans is on their lifeline in America. They can't get anything busting in America right now. You know, and that's just how I feel. They can't get anything popping. If they could get anything popping in America, they wouldn't be doing what they're doing. You know, the only thing Pan Africans is trying to do right now is survive. They can't survive right now. They're dying out here. They need help out here. You know, this is why they're going to the Al Sharptons out here. This is why they're going to the Democrat Party. And a lot of shit that the Democrats do, they're not going to support. They're not going to support homosexuality. Pan Africans ain't. You know, we could tell by Shabaka. Shabaka's out here dropping slurs on fucking homosexuals. You know, so he did it on my show, and I had to say, "Yo, we can't have you on here, Shabaka." You know. Let's keep on going.
like
It was built so that
a person that come out of a bad relationship, and they always drag the other gender.
Niggas is gonna burn that shit down, Dorsey. Niggas don't give a fuck about no Obama. Obama didn't do shit for black people. Black people are starting to figure that out. A lot of black people who are like diehard Obama fans.
You get what I'm saying? They always drag the other gender all the time. They can drag the black man or the black woman. And they always try to make it seem like this gender is just the worst thing in the world. They act like this gender just did them so wrong. They act like this gender. I see the light now. I see you wasn't for me. And that's how we looking at it. We see that Africa wasn't for us. Us celebrate Caribbeans.
I hope that shit is Dorsey. I hope that Nixon and Reagan shit is in the suburbs, because they'll burn that motherfucker down. Let some bullshit happen, and you got these white men's names on the walls that did them dirty. Tricky Dicky and Rod and Reagan did them niggas dirty, so they'll burn that motherfucker down.
Africans and all that stuff just wasn't for us. We got our eyes set on what? Being black American. I hope y'all follow me on that, man, because it sucks. It sucks to see, and it's very irritating, man. Very irritating.
So I'm glad Black Snow Bunny King, Black Snow Bunny King, I'm glad you're here. I'll answer your question, because they do not want to live around uneducated black. So why don't hold on? They rather let me finish reading. They rather live around whites or educated. Black Snow Bunny King. We talked about this conversation. I personally, I just remembered. I talked about this conversation with you. I tell you, they live amongst Black Americans, but Black Americans do have middle class neighborhoods. You can't say Black Americans don't have communities. We do have communities, and remember, I gave you the ratio of 1 in every 20 Black folks are middle class. They might not live in a middle class neighborhood, but they might be middle class. You know, I mean, they still make a middle class wager. You know, that's why I say those statistics and that per capita shit I don't do, because at the end of the day, I know a lot of Black Americans that are middle class. Am I middle class? I don't know. I make like 75, 80,000 a year. Yeah, I make like 75, 80,000 a year. I probably personally won't be considered middle class, because middle class is over what, 100, maybe 150. I don't know. I make 75, 80,000 a year. Um, mm. Oh yeah, you are Dorsey. I totally forgot about that. Yeah. Dorsey is a lower middle class. That's why I can't really answer that question, Black Snow Bunny King. And I don't think we are, because don't forget, Black Snow Bunny King. There's a lot of mixed, not even mixed, but a lot of Black immigrants or people who have immigrant backgrounds. That are lower class. See, yeah. So y'all can be considered middle class. Yeah, y'all can be considered middle class. I make like 75, 80,000 a year. Yeah. Um, But don't forget, I'm in Massachusetts. Massachusetts is very expensive. I'm spending like what, 100,000 to fill up my cup. It was it. It was it 2 days ago. 2, 3 days ago. I spent what, $80 to fill up my tank. And I got put 93 in mine. So don't forget. Yeah, I thought I was middle class. Turned out I'm lower class. Yeah, it's different. And there's nothing wrong with being lower class. You live amongst your means. So in California, we pay for comfort. Rent is important. Yes, facts, Dorsey. I do agree with you that. So yeah, Black Snow Bunny King. It's kind of like what you're saying. Are there lower class folks? Yeah, there's everybody. Don't forget. Snow Bunny King. You gotta understand also too. You gotta understand. There's not that many rich people in America. You know, there's only a percentage of there's a percentage of middle class people. You know, don't forget they fucked up the 2000. Yeah, LA is expensive. Um, I'll say this. So there's not that, like, that's why I hate when people do those stats, because there's not that many, like, compare how many people we got in America, North America or United States of America. There's not that many middle class folks. Don't forget that number went up. Like middle class used to be like $85,000, $80,000. That shit went up like relentlessly. It went up. You know, so yeah, it's. I get what you're saying, but you can't say that and not understand. There's not that many middle class people in America. You know, the politicians lie to us and tell us the American dream is possible when it's really not. They move the goalposts every time. I'll say this, Robin. It's possible. It's just a lot of hard work. It's a lot of sacrifice. There's a lot of everything that comes with it. One thing I learned in life, Robin, you can be a millionaire, but what would you sacrifice to get it? That's the thing. What would you sacrifice to get to be middle class or to be a high class person? It's possible. Like I said, it's possible. But what would you sacrifice? You know?
Man, then she gonna mention something about where y'all getting this hijacking information from. Nigga, it's on social media. You see countless and countless
Where
of
is
people
Africa?
promoting their Juneteenth events with African
Save
jollof,
and buy
with
land in the
Caribbean
South and
spices,
buy
with
and build maybe a duplex within the next. Yeah, I can believe that. I believe that would happen to Ted the Hunter. I think it's gonna happen sooner or later, especially if people start getting reparations. What? Soon as everybody gets that reparation, motherfuckers is building lands, niggas is building communities, and a lot of people is gonna get cut out that shit. A lot of these Caribbeans going to get cut out. Africans going to get cut out. They're going to be black communities, and sometimes even mixed communities, black mixed people. That's what's going to happen. That's what always happens because at the end of the day, I think what a lot of these Caribbeans and Africans did, they showed their hand and told people how they felt about black folks. You know, talking about and like for example, Black Snow Bunny King talk about FBAs are uneducated, not knowing that, and not I'm not even not knowing, just being ignorant and disrespectful, and not being disrespectful, and knowing that Black Americans are FBA. You know, that's what Black Snow Bunny King try to hide under, just to be disrespectful to Black Americans.
and African colors. All
I already
types of mess that
sacrificed
these people.
everything and want more. More do I have to do? Probably pick up second jobs. Lack of sleep. You know, do what I do. Every because this is what I'm gonna do on every Tuesday. I might not have shows on Tuesdays anymore, and the reason why, because I wanna the reason why I might not have shows on Tuesdays anymore, or maybe Wednesday. I might have to pick one day, Tuesday or Wednesdays, because I wanna plan, I wanna plan for my short film and for this show to make it better. So instead of doing the show and stuff, I will be planning on Tuesday, maybe, I mean Wednesday, Tuesday or Wednesday or Thursday to make this show better. You know, so it's just like I said, it's all, most of the days it'll be marketing. You know, but if there's something that just pops up and I was like, yo, I gotta do, I might have to put that shit to the side and like, yo, let me do this. But I'm gonna through this week. I might have a little poll, see what day that we shouldn't do a show, so I can do my marketing. So that's what I want y'all to help me with. Yeah. San Francisco is looking to save and buy land in the South and build maybe a duplex within the next 2 years. Yeah, I can see that happening, Ted the Hunter. Real talk, I can see that shit happening. I already sacrificed it. But yeah, that's what you do. I'm going to England to get my reparation. You might can get it too, Robin. I'm laughing, but you might can get it too, man. You can't throw potatoes at it. But the only thing about it, Robin, you probably might not can get it because you was a indentured servant. Yeah, people were indentured servants. They chose to come to America. That's the only thing, you know. And was it probably through Ellis Island? I'm still learning about this Ellis Island stuff that y'all came out of. So, yeah, um, yeah, um, yeah. So y'all probably was fighting. Y'all was indentured servants and stuff, and y'all just fought to be. And y'all, your reparations is that you're white now. You know, so personally, yeah, that's your reparations that you're white now. Y'all wasn't white like probably 100 years ago.
People are doing. Like we seeing this stuff. We even seeing Ghana participating in this stuff. We seeing the Congressional Black Caucus, some people from the NAACP, people from the Democratic Party flying out to Ghana to celebrate Juneteenth.
Mm-hmm.
So are we crazy for seeing this? Are we not reading the same thing?
No, no, Robin, you wasn't always white. Not in America, you wasn't always white, Robin. Yeah, you wasn't always white. Yeah, that's the only thing. But now you got $1 million worth of whiteness. Yeah, got $1 million worth of whiteness, player. You can kill some. Yo, Robin, you can murk somebody. You can probably murk somebody and get off. You could pull a Daniel Penny. You know, Robin, that's what you can probably do. Pull a Daniel Penny. Choke out an artistic kid just for having a having an argument with himself. Who knows? That's your $1 million worth of whiteness. Wasn't Daniel Penny Irish or something? He looked like an Irishman. Yeah, yeah. He choked somebody out. Yeah. Now that motherfucker's taking the dirt now. Fuck that $1 million. He said, fuck that. Look, everybody, this is what Robin said. He said, I want a real million. He said, fuck that $1 million worth of whiteness. I want that $1 million. Yeah. Sorry. Sorry, Robin. It just doesn't work like that.
Are we not seeing people making content about come to Ghana so we can celebrate Juneteenth? What the hell Ghana got to do with Juneteenth? We know what it's for. It's a money.
No, don't forget Ghana, Senegal, Nigeria. They sold Africans into slavery. So yeah, hey bro, I enjoy your stream. I had a suggestions I want to share with you. Shout out to you, player. Email me. Yeah, email me.
Money grab.
No. This is where I disagree with him. Yes and no. It is a money move, but at the end of the day, don't forget Ghana had something to do with slavery. The triangle slave trade. Oh, I'm sorry, the Atlantic slave trade. I'm sorry, I'm thinking about the triangle. What they call this? The triangle. I'll tell y'all later. But yeah, um, but Ghana had something to do with the Atlantic slave trade. Yes, Ghana did. So, Ghana and Senegal. I wouldn't even trust none of them. I personally, as a Black American, I would treat most of them as white supremacists because they were a part of it. So yeah, we could blame the white man, but we still have to blame the African. That's what I would say. But as I always tell people all the time, I personally I would want reparations from them too. But first, I think we need to get it from America because that's where most of the atrocities happened at. Let's see. They need convenience stores, grocery stores, many malls will serve the purpose of economic zones like Nipsey's model. Yeah, because let me tell you where Nipsey kind of got that shit from. He kind of got that shit from the Black Wall Street. That's what the Black Wall Street does. And I'll say this: when you start making these houses and stuff like that, we make banks where we can give out loans. So just say I got millions of dollars. I'll start giving out people loans to build these stores and stuff and have them do presentations on how to get these mini stores and how to get our money back. And to say like, yo, this is what you need to do with this money. And every month you'll pay me this amount of money. You can't be late on the payments because there will be a penalty. So yeah, you do that. Um, I just looked up the Obama Library costs $8. Yeah, that's a lot of single mothers. Yeah, tell the hunter. That's why I said they should with that money. They should have just gave money. They should have gave resources back to Chicago. That's what they've been yelling to Brandon Johnson for the last 2 years. But they want to build an Obama fucking library. The real question is who's going to be in them libraries. It's just like Michelle Wu does the same stupid shit in Massachusetts, in Boston. That's why I call her the worthless mayor and token Ayanna. She ain't worth shit either. She ain't worth shit. I gotta be personally honest because they build useless shit. They build shit for the white supremacists. Like, how do you think that shit is okay and you're kicking people out of Boston? And I'm talking about the black and brown people. And this is if you didn't buy a house 20 years ago. You know, so yeah, this is what's happening. That and I'm gonna say this: this is a Democrat thing, if you notice.
No, man. Then she gonna mention something about we have racial low self esteem and insecure. What the hell? And what the hell? We have racial low self esteem and identity issues, and we're insecure over some Africans and Caribbeans. Have y'all ever been insecure when you've been around an African? I want y'all to think about this, Black America. Have y'all ever been insecure when you was around an African?
No.
Okay. Have you ever been insecure when you was around a Caribbean or any melanated person that immigrate here or migrate here, or take refuge here?
Nah. I personally wasn't. I'm not. I've never been insecure around no immigrant. The reason why, because I always befriended everybody. I never had that disdain for immigrants. I did hear a lot of immigrants talk shit about black Americans, call us drug dealers, lazy, criminals, and the motherfucker was a recovering addict. This immigrant was a recovering addict. So yeah, I have heard him talk shit about black Americans. I heard that they say black Americans steal, and we don't really steal like that. We look down on people who steal. So yeah, oh, it's for moral to give the communities hope. Maryland has middle class communities. Same here. Facts, Dorsey. Yeah, I named a few. Was it Bowie, Maryland, Suttonville, Maryland. There's quite a few. You know, shout out to Maryland, man. Chocolate City, man. In DC, man. Chocolate City, man. Shout out to them, man. My friend was from Ghana in high school. His parents had a lot of negative stereotypes. Yeah, they all do. You know, they all do. That ain't nothing new. Let's move on to the next one. Yeah, let's move on to the next one. We got two more. Which one do I want to do? We do this one. This is only four
The
minutes.
day after Father's Day is Juneteenth, the newest federal holiday here in the United States. Well, joining us from our Washington, D.C. studio to explain the holiday's significance is Pastor David Anderson. Dr. Anderson is senior pastor of Bridgeway Community Church and founder and president of Gracism Global, an organization that helps build bridges to racial healing. David, Juneteenth is about the emancipation of slaves in Texas 2 years after Abraham Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation. So why should all Americans?
Yeah, Dorsey, I didn't say all of us steal. I said like we look down on people who steal. You know, and con like that shit. Like we don't upbring it. We don't support shit like that. I would never support a thief in my house. You know, if you're a thief, then I'd rather you rob me than steal from me. You know, and there's a difference. At least I know that you stole from. At least I know you took it. You know, that's what robbing is. Yeah, niggas will rob you, but still, like being a con artist and shit like that. There's a difference. You're worse as a politician. You know, and that's how I just look at it. You know, I don't. Why am I calling you to take your shit? At least I'll just take your shit. I'll strong arm you. You know, that's why I said we look down on people who steal. If like, you know, if you're driving a car and I pull out a gun on you, it's like, yo, you already know what time it is. Get the fuck out. And I steal your shit and you know I did it. At least I say, yo, I can respect him. At least he took it. At least I know he took it. You know, if I just take your car and niggas do this, I just hotwire your car and take your shit. I will look down on niggas who do shit like that. And yes, niggas do chop up your car. You know, there is a business in niggas chopping up your car, but you just doing that to your own kind, yeah, we have a problem with that. If you doing that to Edna, yeah, niggas might put feet on you. Niggas might put hands on you. You know, niggas might pistol whip you for doing that sucker shit, you know? And that's just me, you know? I have seen niggas get hands put on them. My uncle was a thief. God rest his soul, he was a thief. He sucked at being a thief, though, you know? Niggas sucked at being a thief. You know, so yeah. I had to get him hip to my con games and shit like that. You know, so
Not only African Americans celebrate this day.
Well, Gary, first of all, it's so good to be with you again. And Juneteenth, I'm glad it's a national holiday.
Purr, that's all I gotta say. Purr, how you doing, girl? That nigga look like he wears lace fronts on Fridays. Yeah, how this nigga sound? Hold up. Look how this nigga sound. This nigga sound like he wear lace fronts on Fridays.
Dr. Anderson is senior pastor of Bridgeway.
Shout out to and these are just jokes, everybody. I'm just joking around. I'm just joking.
And founder and president of Gracism Global, an organization that helps build bridges to racial healing. David, Juneteenth is about the emancipation of slaves in Texas 2 years after Abraham Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation. So why should all Americans, not only African Americans, celebrate this day?
Well, Gary, first of all, it's so good to be with you again. Juneteenth, I'm glad it's a national holiday.
Shout out to Dave Anderson. Shout out to you, player.
George Floyd being murdered. I think the consciousness of America was finally pricked to say, Black history really matters. And this is a significant part of Black history because it is the last time enslaved Africans could legally be enslaved. So you can only imagine how exciting it would be for anybody who has been in prison or enslaved or had a disease or whatever it may be. In their very last day, they walk away free.
So is Juneteenth the day to remember or lament?
Well, probably a little bit of both, because whenever you look at history, you have to look at not only the sad.
Okay, so oh, now we at admixture now, huh? St. Michael's. St. Michael's, everybody be careful of St. Michael's. St. Michael's is trying to steal Black Americans now. They stole a country, they stole people, they stole inventions. Now they're trying to body snatch. Be careful of St. Michael's. St. Michael's a body snatcher. Sooner or later, he's going to say he was Black. Sooner or later. Watch.
Parts of it, but also the joy that comes from it. And with our culture, there's a lot of sadness because, you know, Africans were kidnapped and enslaved for hundreds of years. And then they had to fight for, you know, civil rights and all of this for people who look like me, great-grandparents and ancestors. So there's a sadness to it. But there's also something powerful about the ability to survive, and the Black family being able to even survive in any measure is an absolute miracle today based on the decimation.
St. Michael's, everything is Zionist to you. What the fuck is up with you, man? Like, so what? So what if it's a Zionist organization? You know, so what? You know, you got a lot of white supremacist organization. You know, like me, I personally don't care because it doesn't affect me. You know, I control my own community. I control my own destiny. You know. See, like I told, what I just tell y'all, everybody. Look, watch this. Look at this. Look at everybody. That nigga's a body. St. Michael's the body snatcher. I'm start calling you that. St. Michael's the body snatcher. I'm not trying to steal anything. I'm just stating the statistical facts that FBAs are between 13 and 33% white. Uh, let, let alone mixed with other race. That nigga is a body snatcher. Yo, St. Michael's, use a body snatcher. Use a body snatcher. You always try to steal some type of credit. You white folks is always trying to steal some type of credit. Stop that shit, man. Say, Robin, this is the shit I'm telling you about. This nigga's a body snatcher. Yeah. He stole a country. Your people stole a country. You stole inventions. Y'all niggas is freaks. You stole asses. Now you trying to steal bodies. And I'm fucking with you, St. Michael's, but I really do think you're a body snatcher, though. That's one thing I am joking about. I mean, I'm not joking about, is that you are a body snatcher. You know, you are a real body snatcher. Yeah.
Of the black family
Oh,
that
shit.
took place
Niggas a
from
body snatcher.
transatlantic slave trade, and then the heinous slavery, chattel slavery, on the soil of our own country, where Africans built the country for no fee, for no wage, and oftentimes under very horrendous conditions. So is there something to lament? No doubt about it. But is there something to celebrate? Yes. Freedom, survival, stick-to-itiveness, unity amidst great horror.
He sounded like he was a cat in his other life. He sounded like he was a cat in his other lifetime. Like, like listen to how this nigga talk.
And I think that's what our country is all about. Reminding people that freedom
Shout out
may
to
not be
David
free,
Anderson.
but it really does matter when you experience it.
And David, 158 years later, race and racism is still an issue here in the United States. Why is that?
Sadly, the institutions that have been set forth from the very beginning of the country on the foundational pillars of racism still stand to this day, and practices that many.
Oh, yo, big announcement. Not on this show, but I heard there was a new leak in the Carmelo Anthony tape. Y'all go find that. We'll talk about it sometime this week. Maybe. I don't know yet.
African Americans experience. And so racism is to speak, act, or think negatively about someone else solely based on their color, class, or culture. And so that's a bad thing. And when institutions surround that kind of idea, it can be really, really bad.
Say, Michael, use a body
snatcher for
snatcher.
so many years, but legally we got it right. Now morally and economically we have to get it right.
Yo.
And that's what I'm hoping.
Yo, St. Michael's, you gotta get your shit together, man. You gotta get your white supremacist ideology together, my man. You out here bugging out. You bugging the fuck out over here, man. You talking about they 13 to 33% white. Nigga, you're such a body snatcher, nigga. Come on, don't do that. We're more indigenous than white, my nigga. Do some of us have some white genetics? Maybe, yeah, maybe. Who knows? But my nigga, I don't think it's not no 13 or 33%. This nigga crazy. This nigga out here bugging the fuck out.
Takes place through God's word, through the unity that comes through the brotherhood and the sisterhood of the family of believers, and then also through restitution in a way that we can help lift up the black family.
Okay, some good thoughts. Dr. David Anderson of Gracism Global. Always a pleasure to talk with you. God bless you.
Bless you back. Thank you.
Thank you. Um, I'll say this, St. Michael's. A lot of what's different between us and Africans and other people, we all come in very different colors. Like if you look at an African, they come in predominantly a dark color. But Black Americans, we come in light colors, dark colors. I turn burgundy in the summertime. Like we all come in different colors, but some of us can be light skinned, yes, but it's not always because oh yeah they were fucking with a European. It's just like we just come in have different colors. I don't think it was a lot of people that fucked with black people. I mean, look, fucked with white folks. You know, are y'all some freaks? Yeah, y'all some freaks out here. You be taking men butts and stuff like that. Y'all out here taking man booty and stuff like that. You know that's your culture, right? St. Michael's. Yeah, it's but I'm gonna say this: I don't think you're fully wrong. I don't think you're right as well. You know, you do got a point. You know, some do come in light skin color. I just don't think it's a lot, Robin. I mean, St. Michael's, and the reason why most of us Black Americans were fighting. You know, most of us, and this is why they couldn't send like people who were Black Americans down to these Caribbean islands because we were out here killing people. You know, we was out here getting busy. You know, that's the difference. You know, between us and other folks. We're gonna watch this last video, and it's everybody's favorite. Is everybody's favorite King Flex. But I'm gonna take a little quick 3 minute break before we get to this video. It's gonna be a quick 30-minute video, but we will be breaking it down. But like I said, St. Michael's, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you're right either. I'm just saying that um I don't think it's a lot. But yeah, you are right, you know, but everybody let's take a quick 3 minute break and we'll come right back. All right, I'm back, everybody. Um, this is actually a good show. Um, St. Michael's. That's a new term. Mud shock is a new derogatory term. Let's see. So clearly, men on men booty actions is far more on a FBA thing since they. No, St. Michael's. We talked about this, and what did I say? I said there's more homosexuality going on with white American men and the Latino men because the Latino are white Hispanics. They're the admixture of white folks. Um, I will say that. I will say that. There's a lot more going on with y'all, and don't forget LGBTQIA was technically a white American organization to help people who are lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans. I don't know what the QIA means, but yeah, it's it was for that. So we can't sit here and act like it would be here if it wasn't for black folks. No, that was a white American organization, and you should. We tell you something, St. Michael's. Those are your peoples. Like, why aren't you supporting them? The LGBTQIA are your people. Those are white Americans. But they just support everybody. They're like the NAACP for your people. You know, I'm just being personally honest. But yeah, when it comes to HIV in America, black men are no. St. Michael's. That's more in the white community. Don't forget there's more y'all than us. So that's a lie. Yeah, they're your allies. I agree with you. They are your white allies. And there's nothing wrong with that. Rob, St. Michael's, why every time, these are your people, St. Michael's. You're supposed to be promoting white positivity, you know? And look what you do. You turn on your own people. And this is why I tell people all the time, give the white community give the white people a chance of showing who they are. They're gonna turn on their own people. You know, with the things like a lot of St. Michael's. Most Black Americans don't support BLM. Yes, we don't support BLM. Yeah, we don't. I'm just being personally honest. A lot of us don't support that. We don't support Black Lives Matter because we knew it was it was to protect white women, LGBTQIA community, the feminist community. That's what we knew it was for. That's why it was it three feminists, or even we could say lesbians. And just like I said, I don't give a fuck about their preference or what they do behind closed doors. This is what their organization was. White men love. Oh no. Like Robin, I get that. I mean, St. Michael's, I get that. But the meaning, the false narrative of black victimization. No, that's not true. It was a co-op. Shit was co-op like a motherfucker. And this is when people were saying, we were trying to say, yo, okay, Black Lives Matter. Okay, if this is Black Lives Matter, why aren't they defending black men? A lot of these people didn't defend black men. A lot of those Black Lives Matter people, they stole that money that lady got from George Floyd's family. A lot of those Black Lives Matter people stole that money. That lady, George Floyd's sister, she donated money, and all those white folks took that money and ran off with it. None of them motherfuckers seen that money. All those black owned stores, they didn't get a dime. Those are your people, St. Michael's. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. As much as you wanna try to discredit them, you're discrediting yourself. You know? You guys are always on the same side as a white human. No, no, we're not, St. Michael's. That's more of you. And like we can see it now, such as the conservatives and the liberals. A lot of y'all do that same bullshit. Y'all always try to use y'all try to use black trauma to support y'all problems. Y'all always done that. Even with slavery, you bring up it was the small hats. And it was your government. It was your government that said it. It was your religious leaders that said it was all right. Those were your people. Those were your people to say that, yo, you could treat black people the way you wanted to be treated, that you wanted to treat them. They're not real people. This is why you talk about black Americans the way you talk about them. You know? I'm just being personally honest, but let's get back into this. Pan Africans at his best. And I have a problem with that too. This is why a lot of black Americans push back on the LGBTQIA community, because at the end of the day, they always try to use our trauma. Like the I think I'm gonna say this: the worst thing I ever heard come out of the LGBTQ community, instead of them calling me a nigger, was saying that they're the new black American. They're the new blacks. This is why. And the worst thing that they try to do is try to try to put their black, was it their Pride Month parade with our foundational Black American Juneteenth. Like, you didn't hear from a Pan Africans. The Pan Africans would have been okay with that. But Black Americans, we're like, no, this is our event. We don't want nobody jumping in our events and stuff, because we know the history. What people, adding two events together. Because then it's gonna be about Black trans. Then it's gonna be about um trans. Was it LGBTQIA, and the whole thing about Black Americans it'll be non-existent.
This is why they have to try to dilute anything we do. They have to dilute it. Even with Juneteenth, did y'all see June? I saw that they were raising the Juneteenth flag. I want to say this was in Chicago somewhere. They were raising the Juneteenth flag on some government building, and they gonna raise right under it the damn LGBT pride flag. Notice when it comes to Juneteenth, notice how everybody keeps trying to crowbar their shit with Juneteenth.
Mm-hmm.
Do y'all notice they just can't let Juneteenth just be Juneteenth? It just can't be about us. It can't be about us. It just can't be about foundational Black American culture. It's always they're going to mix in some Jollof. They're having an Agusi Juneteenth contest. They're having some Afro beats Juneteenth. It's a pride transgender Juneteenth. It's always got to be diluted with something
I
else.
just said that.
They just can't let it be its own thing. There always has to be a mixing of our shit with other people's stuff. You understand? Now, why is this? Why is this? Why do they have to mix our shit with everything? The thing is, when you erase a specific lineage, you try to erase the legal claims. See, Juneteenth is a very specific historic commemoration. It's about the emancipation of foundational Black Americans who were enslaved, specifically those down in Galveston, Texas. They were held in bondage after the Emancipation Proclamation. So they try to mix that foundation with Pan Africanism, Caribbean stuff.
He said that shit ain't got nothing to do with us. I don't think you're getting it, St. Michael's. Because it's none of our business. What you do behind your closed door or what you do with another man, that shit ain't got nothing to do with us. You know, this is why I always tell you all the time it's not an ideology. I mean, that's why I always tell you, you're white supremacists. Y'all are not fighting for white success or white skills. You're fighting for white what is the word? White supremacies. You know? Like you think hold on, is it more success access. Like like St. Michael's, if his wife was half Jewish, so the fuck what? That's the thing between y'all white supremacists. Y'all care about who's a Jew, he's a Jew. We don't give a fuck. If you got a black daddy, you're black, If you follow black culture, and you're a black American, you're black, you know? You're a black American or you're just a fucking coon. You're a sellout. Jason Whitlock is a coon. He's still FBA, but he's still a fucking coon. So what if his wife's mother is fucking white? I don't get that. Like, I don't get that of y'all. She's still a white woman. Like, what am I missing? You know what? Her religion is what? Judaism? So the fuck what? Why is that a problem to y'all? Like, let me ask you a question, St. Michael's. Y'all wasn't complaining when y'all niggas was doing business with them. When y'all was fucking up black Americans, y'all didn't say anything. Once niggas left y'all niggas in the dust, now it's bad to be a small hat. You making it she's a small hat. His baby his wife is a half Jew. So the fuck what? So what? You're just mad because them niggas don't want to do business with y'all no more. It's because y'all are savages. That's why, St. Michael's. Y'all niggas is savages out here. Y'all out here popping each other. Y'all niggas is out here popping each other. That's why them niggas don't want to do business with y'all no more. Them niggas is like, yo, fuck these cave monsters. These niggas is vicious out here. These niggas is on a different type of time. No, I mean, I don't know, St. Michael's. I don't give a fuck. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I don't care, nigga. His wife is black. His wife is black. Like, Why y'all? This is y'all problem. Y'all niggas should be fighting for a cause, and y'all care about who's a fucking small hat and who's not a small hat. Like y'all, y'all niggas, come on. Y'all have the ball right now, St. Michael's. You have the ball. You have Donald J. Trump in fucking office. He is American. He's putting America first. Y'all niggas should be backing him up. If there's any problem, y'all should be talking to Donald J. Trump. Y'all niggas out here shooting each other. Y'all out here doing stupid shit. Y'all niggas out here worrying about black folks. Y'all got the fucking table right now. Y'all should be trying to make policies, laws, fucking land. All this man. I want to go back to the 1960s when niggas were men. When people were men. Y'all haven't been a man since never. Never. Y'all are dropping the fucking ball right now. Y'all are dropping the fucking ball. I don't even fuck with Donald Trump, but at the end of the day, y'all are dropping the ball. That nigga ain't doing shit in the office. He's letting all y'all niggas crash out. That nigga's Obamaing you right now. Donald Trump is Obamaing you right now. And y'all niggas don't even know that. That hope and faith that Obama used to do, nigga got you with Make America Great Again. That's what it is. When Obama was saying hope and faith, and the nigga got you with Make America Great Again. He played y'all. Your own president played y'all. Y'all niggas is still fighting for it. Y'all got the table right now. Y'all got 2 more years left, and the shit's over. What y'all gonna do after? Tell that stupid. St. Michael's, you got the table right now. You and these red pillars and these white supremacists, y'all are failures. Y'all looking sad out here. Y'all care about what a black American is doing with their self instead of looking at like, yo, how we gonna make this America great again? How are you, St. Michael's? Let me ask you a question. You're a political person. You're from Pennsylvania. How is the white man making America great again? All I've been seeing, y'all motherfuckers been crying and complaining and have this victimhood man's mindset. Like, yo, like what is going on? Y'all talking about what happened in the 1960s and we're in 2026 right now. Y'all should be out here getting busy. Y'all should be making America great again. You should be making America great. But you out here complaining. You complaining about the black man. You complaining about, oh yeah, we need to separate from each other. Okay, you know what? We're not even together. Y'all care what black Americans do in their own fucking community. And most of the people who are doing the crimes are Caribbeans and fucking Afro-Latinos. Like, come on. What are you doing in your community? Let me ask you that question. St. Michael's, what are you doing in your community? Instead of complaining about black folks that don't live nowhere, that lives probably 20 or 30 miles away from you. I'm asking you a question. What are you doing in your own community? What are you doing in your own community and there's no black people around you? You live in a piss poor community and you collect cans. You worry about what's going on. You worry about my money, but you have no money of your own. You collect cans, St. Michael's. You collect cans, St. Michael's. Yeah, and you live in a meth lab. But that's here and there. What is the white American doing for America to make America great again? Ooh, that's a good. Oh, everybody, we got a topic. What is the white supremacist doing to make America great again? But yeah, yeah, St. Michael's, you gotta get your shit together, man. Liquid, I'm only worth about 25,000 right now. That's all you're worth. That's how much you make a year, St. Michael's. I could get 150,000. Oh, pretty fast hit. So they few. Shut the fuck up. You ain't got no money. You collect cans, St. Michael's. And St. Michael's, you collect cans. That's all I know. But let's keep on going on.
And broader African history and then LGBT shit. See, the African Pan African stuff is a gateway. If we let them Pan Africanize it, then they that's a gateway. They gonna funnel everything else in it. I saw some shit where they're talking about some Afro-Latino Juneteenth. What the hell? They're just throwing everything in with it. They want to intentionally
My nigga said an
label
Afro-Latino
so
GT.
they can make Juneteenth about everybody
Hmm.
who has a little quote African descent globally. So you can dilute the specific, unique legal claim that foundational Black Americans
St. Michael's, you own a meth lab. You don't own no fucking farm. You own a meth lab.
have for justice. We start talking about okay, let's get some Juneteenth checks going on. You understand? Notice the corporate and the political playbook. See, whenever a specific Black American milestone gains national visibility, they immediately try to attach it to the LGBT flag, immigration narratives, all these other marginalized groups. Just like the white guy who called earlier. We're talking about reparations. He's like, well, what about veterans? They should get it too. Like, what the what? See, that's a deliberate tactic to basically dissolve the political and economic power of Black Americans. They know if we get what we're supposed to get, we're going to act a fool with it. We're going to be a powerhouse. They know what we're capable of. They understand if we are not completely subjugated, man, we start running shit. You understand? So they want to turn a very specific memorial of the end of American slavery into a generic celebration of freedom and diversity for everybody. They want to try to absorb our history into this catch all umbrella so they can really neutralize our distinct voice. They're not doing it so that it's a kumbaya, it's to muffle and shut us the hell up. That's why we called out Obama doing that whole he's going to show, do this Juneteenth um, display of that painting that was done by a Nigerian woman. Like, that ain't got shit to do with no damn Juneteenth. You understand? See, the dominant society, they know that foundational Black Americans, we possess a unique political leverage due to our history and our presence in this country. So, to counter this, they use global narratives. They always try to tie Juneteenth into the Caribbean, continental Africa, and all that stuff so they can focus away from the domestic political and economic interest of Black Americans. See, they want to crowd us out of our own legacy by bringing in these external agendas into spaces that really belong to our ancestors' lineage. Yeah. see, if Juneteenth remains strictly focused on slavery here and the aftermath, that forces a direct, uncomfortable mirror onto the dominant society regarding institutional wealth and systemic oppression. But if they can pivot the conversation into global African history or Pan Africanism, they can shift the focus away from the United States government specific debt to our lineage. You see, they love a generalized global celebration. It lets them off the hook. You know what I'm saying? That's why they have to try to Africanize everything. They don't owe Africa nothing. That's why we don't never let them come in and try to speak for us, like with that bullshit reparations thing that Ghana tried to pull. Nobody owes Ghana anything. Ghana's not owed a damn thing because they've already made deals.
Mm-hmm.
And they know that. They know we're not going to get nothing with no damn Ghana. They've already made deals and capitalized off of it, those kingdoms and those tribes over there.
Mm-hmm.
So they know that these people are going to try to mix in and dilute what's designed for us. And see, when the dominant society can't suppress a Black American movement or a holiday, their next move is to buy it out and liquidize its meaning. You attach every trendy social agenda and corporate marketing campaign to Juneteenth, and you turn a revolutionary historic marker into a commercialized carnival. Do you know how disrespectful it is to put all of these trans flags and stuff with Juneteenth? They would never pull that shit with any other folks. You wouldn't mix LGBT stuff up with the Holocaust. They wouldn't let you disrespect them like that. You understand? That ain't even remotely the same. And we don't need to let them do that shit. Come on now. Chevalier, let's get some people in here. Chevalier, whatever your name is, hop on in, sir.
One. So obviously everyone is aware with the war with Iran that just ended, and how the United States. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Before we go there, what state are you in, and what's your ethnic background?
I am French American, and I'm in California.
Okay. When did your people come over from France?
My father came in the 70s.
In the 1970s. Got it. Do you speak any French?
A little bit, not much. I don't really use it much
here. There you go. Now, why they leave? Most French don't come over here like that. What made them leave France and come over here?
My dad started a business here, and his business partner wanted to move everything out of the country during the kind of post-de Gaulle era. So they came to the United States because it was just a friendlier environment.
There it is. Okay. So now you're saying about Iran. Now, what about it?
So obviously, the big thing everyone's talking about is the $300 billion that's paid, and it's being worded as reparations. And go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm listening. Go ahead.
And I kind of thought about the whole FBA thing, about how, for foundational Black Americans, reparations is something that you advocate for.
Right.
And looking at it from that angle, it seems like the United States government is more willing to pay reparations for a country that fought back against it and fought back pretty successfully.
Mm-hmm.
Where does that place FBA and the FBA movement when it comes to seeking reparations? I'm not saying to get like militaristic or anything, but it just seemed like that's how they take things more seriously. And what are your thoughts on that?
We're doing things like politically crashing out certain political parties and forcing them to discuss reparations, which is what we're doing with the Democrats. But listen, remember years ago, people say reparations, they get shouted down and smacked down, and people would just punk out and not talk about it. We have forced the reparations conversation into the national lexicon, where they are putting together reparations task force agencies all around the country. So that's a good milestone. They are waiting us out to see if we're going to teeter off, and we haven't teetered off. We're still stomping on reparations business. So it's a process that we're still stomping for, because we're supposed to never get anything specific. Foundational Black Americans, contrary to any misbelief, We have never, ever, ever specifically gotten any type of tangible benefit from the US government at the omission of other groups. Like other people have gotten things that we've not gotten. Immigrants get shit that we can't get. It's
Hmm.
the other way around. We have never received anything at the omission of other groups. And that's by design. So this is why we're forcing the conversation to be very specific for our lineage. We have to get something very specific um, and tangible, nothing symbolic, for us. And people are kicking and screaming and whining and complaining. Not only are the white supremacists doing it, all the buffer classes who benefit on us being on the bottom of the racial hierarchy, they get little benefits and set asides too that we can't access to. So the name of the game, we're flipping the whole racial hierarchy. So that's going to be a process, and we're in it for the long haul. But reparations is going to come because we're too focused on it right now, and we're not letting up. And they see we're not letting up, so it's going to be very interesting. But it is going to come pretty soon. Now, how do you feel about reparations? Do you think we should get reparations?
I think so. I've studied a lot of the plight of what I would say now that before I kind of found out about the movement, I kind of lumped everyone together. But when I knew about the foundational plight in the United States and such, things like Tulsa, Oklahoma, and coming from a financial background, I know what damage um, events like that do to generational wealth. Like, for instance, I live in Manhattan Beach, and we all know about Bruce's Beach
Oh
here
yeah.
and how that whole thing was taken
Oh
away.
yeah.
Um, so yeah, I'm for it, but um, not to cap on anything, but I feel like it is kind of weird when you have like an Ethiopian guy who shows up and then he hears about reparations. I would want it to be very directed toward like the true
Right.
descendants.
Right.
So yeah, I would be for that, but as long as it goes there, I don't know how you would figure that out, but if there was a true way to figure it out, I would actually be for it.
Oh yeah. Absolutely. Because look, France got reparations from Haiti. You know.
Yeah, that actually just ended not too long
Yeah.
ago, which is kind of crazy.
Which is, yeah, extremely crazy. So yeah, France got reparations from the people they enslaved. So yeah, all things are possible. All things are possible. But anyway, but thank you so much. I appreciate you. Uh,
Thanks.
all right, let me see who we got. Let me see.
Remember, I said that Haitians is always talking about they were the first ones out of slavery and these treaties and stuff, and I always told y'all, but they had to pay reparations to France. And I told you this is why their country's all fucked up because they've been paying reparations to France since what, the 1802, since 1802. Like, yeah, they won their war, but they won the battle, but they didn't win the war because their country's a piece of shit because of that. This is why I always tell you, Shabaka, you need to do your research on Haiti. Because you always throw that 1801 or 1802 shit at us. And I was like, yo, but Shabaka, they had to pay reparations. Their country's a piece of shit because of them, because they signed the treaty. That's what I told you. Remember, Shabaka? Remember the conversation we have online about that? Or are you gonna act like you don't remember?
Y'all raise your hands, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody, raise your hands. Let's get all in royalty in the building. All in royalty in the building. All in royalty. And then we'll get Brother Dan. All in, you in here? All in royalty ain't saying nothing. So let's get Smudge and then we'll get Dan. Smudge, you in here? Mr. Smudge. Mr. Smudge, Mr. Smudge. All right, let's get Dan, brother.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, brother?
Oh, there you go. There you go. What's up, Smudge?
Hey, man. I'm a brother from PG County. I feel as though this is ground zero for tethers,
Yeah.
but we're gonna try to make it out. Um, this is the richest black county. I just want to say thank you for all you do,
Yes, sir.
brother.
I appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. Brother
Yes, sir.
Dan, hop on in, Dan.
Yo, Flex was good, family. How you holding up,
Good,
man?
man. How's everything, Dan?
Yeah, so I wanted to just say something like what that guy just spoke. I don't know if he misunderstood it or not, but again, yeah, I remember it's election season. What's going on with the Iran situation? That's not reparations. So United States government controls the banking around the world. They froze $300 billion of Iran's money. So a part of this deal, they're just releasing their money back to them. That's like if the IRS freezes your bank account and they say, okay, you can have it back. It's not reparations. This is money that the Iranian government already had. It's the government froze. So what they're doing now is they're going around telling everybody, yo, they're giving Iranians reparations and they're not doing it for black people. And they're soft peddling this so they can come back later and say, hey, they gave the Iranians reparations, but they didn't give black people reparations. You should vote for us.
Mm.
That's all they're doing. They're just planting those seeds early. Because I'm looking at it right now, and it says President Trump pushed back against characterizations, calling certain reports fake news. He said while emphasizing that it's Iran's money being unfrozen, similar to elements of the 2015 JPOC, OA, which involved 50 to 150 billion sanctions, relief, unfrozen assets. So that's what they're doing. They're just unfreezing Iran's money. It is not reparations. It's not money from our government flowing to theirs. It's like, all right, we're gonna let y'all have your money back. That's it. That's all.
Good. Thank you, brother. And I'm glad you put it in the right perspective because, yeah, these people, they'll just say some stuff and not put it in the right context. Black Lion, what's up, Black Lion?
Hedrick,
Hey, Black Lion, how you doing, sis?
I'm good. Hope all is well with everyone. I was just
Um, Shabaka, that's not standing strong when you when you bend the knee, my nigga. They bent the knee and paid France. They paid France for 200 over 250 years. What are you talking about, my nigga? Like say or 200 years. Like Shabaka, they just finished paying off France reparations. That's all it means. Like I don't get what you're trying to say, Shabaka. Are you bugging?
calling
Stupid?
because we got an update on the Asian white supremacists that lit the cross in Chicago.
What happened?
I've been waiting, and I've been watching, and that was almost a week. It's almost been a week since that happened, and they are just now arresting this dude.
Oh, so,
They
oh,
don't let him do a whole news report, sit in the
Mm-hmm.
park and explain why he did it and all of that and broadcast it on the news. And then they arrested him after
what did he say his motives were?
because he want Trump impeached.
Okay, Lord.
Exactly. And I'm
Fucking
saying like
idiot. These are your
because
peoples.
now well, not now, but over the past few days after the incident had happened, they started to report more on it on Chicago news channels, but they would distort the images, so making it seem like, oh, the cross is not really burning. um we don't know who this person is because now, in certain news broadcasting, his image was distorted or whatever,
Yeah.
even though we had already seen it from cell phone video of when it initially happened. And then as I'm, processing this over this past week, a lot of things stood out to me. First of all, like I knew he placed that there either the morning of or the night before. He did not do that spontaneously, just randomly. He planned that whole thing out. And then just a whole bunch of symbolism. He didn't stand that cross up upright. He stood it up against a tree
Mm.
Lord.
a few days before Juneteenth. You see what I'm saying? And then you want to get on a news station and say that you did that because Trump is doing this and Trump is doing that, and you want Trump impeached.
Which is
That's
cat.
his whole straight cap. And then not only that, just the location. There is no black people around Grant Park. We either work in the area because that's like minutes from downtown. So we work in the area or go to the schools because there's plenty of schools and colleges in that area, as well as, Art Institute of Chicago, all of that downtown. So we're only in that area there. The people that really live in those communities in that area are his people, the Iranians, Indians, and the whites. We not really over there like that. So, just location and everything, timing. Like I said, days before Juneteenth, he didn't come his ass to where we at. He ain't come out south. He ain't come over east. He ain't come out west. He ain't do none of that. That wouldn't even he wouldn't have been able to run away from that.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. All right. Well, thank you so much, beloved. I appreciate you, dear. Thank you, dear. All
Brother Tariq.
What's up, All In?
What's going on with you, man? Hey, I wanted to ask you, man, what happened to Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles? I heard we don't own it no more.
No, Mexicans own that. I heard Mexicans own that.
There's a few franchises out here in LA. I don't know.
I heard Mexicans own chicken and waffles in California. That's what I heard. I think the Crenshaw district, yeah. And that's why I was telling you, Tether Hunter, a lot of us is moving out of the LA area. And I always tell people when you make money, just try to move into a black neighborhood and stuff like that. Like when I get some money, I'm gonna move. I'm gonna move to Oak Bluff after I just seen that. So I'm gonna actually see how much the houses are right now. So I can know what am I looking at. You know.
Who the owners are now, but I'm not sure. I know it was started by a brother, but yeah, I'm not sure who if he franchised it out. I don't know, to be honest.
Yeah, because I was told that we don't own it no more, and they changed everything. Like people were saying that it don't even taste the same. It kind of tastes like the white tea people was making it. Like,
I know they got a lot of Hispanics who up in there.
Mm.
They got a lot of them up in there cooking some of the stuff. So
exactly.
yeah, but are you out here in LA?
I live in Long Beach.
Yeah,
Yeah.
in Long Beach. I ain't been to that one in a minute, but yeah, I'm not sure who owns it now. But yeah, a lot of the businesses out here are just it's all over the place. You don't know who's owning what now. Let's get Battle Kev in the building. Mr.
Yeah, I told you. Yeah, I think Latinos own that shit now. Um, he said there's no middle ground. Yeah, there's no middle class out there in Haiti either, my nigga. yeah, that they got a colorism going on in Haiti as well. Shout out to Haiti. They do got a colorism problem. If you're a light skinned Haitian person, then you get treated better than most Haitian folks. So yeah.
Battle Kev.
Hey there, Tariq. How you doing? I just wanted to let y'all know regarding Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles. Yeah, they've been owned. The Hispanics took that over years ago because it was the Hollywood location was first. They started transitioning out the black folks, and more of the Hispanics took it over, and it's been going downhill ever since. And this has been like I'd say almost 10 years
Oh
ago.
wow, yeah, because
Yeah,
one in Hollywood, it's nothing but Hispanics working in there.
correct, right, true. But now, no, they're all bad.
Oh man. So you out here in LA, brother?
Yeah, yeah. I'm in LA here, South LA.
What are our black owned spots now? We got Chef Maryland, and they were messing with her. There's another.
Right. There's a new one over here called what is it? Lunel's or something like that, or Lonel's.
Okay.
That's a new one. Kind of upscale, nice. They have what is it called? Jazz night and stuff like that. They have a nice little dining area and stuff, So there's like one or two over in this area now.
What part of town is that? Lunel's.
South LA, right on Vermont, basically, right before you get to the what is it? Not the Smart and Final. You know what Smart and Final is on Vermont, and the post office that's right there. It's like let me see, 60. Probably in the 60s, 100 block of Vermont Avenue.
Okay, yeah, you got to go in the trenches to get some of that.
Yeah, exactly. But it's nice though. So,
my man, thank you so much, brother.
Okay, sure.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. All right. Anyway, fam, let me go ahead and wrap everything up, ladies and gentlemen. I just got back from Vegas. We just got back from Vegas a few hours ago. Shout out to Vegas. We had a good time up there. Vegas, man. Boy, they done took all the buffets.
Shabaka, they do got a colorism problem in Haiti. No, real talk. Shabaka, they do. Why you think some of them be going down to was it? They be going to Dominican Republic and stuff. You know, that's the whole reason why they be going down there. And I'm talking about the dark ones. The dark ones be trying to fit in with the Afro-Latinos. Even though I think Dominicans and Haitians are the same, I think they're all the same. Um I can't tell the difference. It's just one speaks a different language, the other one speaks uh Haitian Creole. You know, that's the only different. One speaks a Latin, broken Latin or broken Spaniard language, or Spanglish, or they speak Spanglish as we call it, and the other one speaks Haitian Creole. You know, I think that's the only difference. Other than that, there's no difference. They got similar foods. They're Haitians do use different ingredients, but a lot of their ingredients that they do use is similar. They all got African culture. The Dominicans, excuse me, the Dominicans have African culture. Haitians have African cultures. Their foods is a little bit different. That's the only difference. It's just a lot of Latin people want to be Spaniards. They want to be white. So not even indigenous. They want to be white. The only time they want to be indigenous is if the indigenous is benefiting off of something. A lot of these cultures is like that.
Out of Vegas, man. I think the buffets weren't really making money like that. They done took all the buffets out of Vegas. They're like, damn that. You're gonna pay top dollar for this damn food. Yeah, them buffets are just damn near non-existent up there.
Hmm.
Yeah. Well, shout out to Vegas, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody go to hiddenhistorymuseum.com and make a contribution to the Hidden History Museum. And also go to rootworkstyle.com to get that Rootwork deodorant. All right. I'm up out of here. Puppy Akute, love over to the family. Peace.
I can dig it. I'm on my way.
Where you going, Rootwork Jones?
There's some money.
All right, I'm gonna close it.
Suckers on the streets. I got to go handle that.
I'm actually gonna land right now. This has actually been a great show. I want to say this. We're gonna have to protect Juneteenth. All jokes aside, you know, I think a lot of people are hijacking not just the diaspora. These organizations is trying to hijack Juneteenth. They're trying to turn our independence into a joke. And I think what we did was the great thing, and I'm talking about as people, where they called the LGBTQIA community out and saying that like, yo, y'all trying to take over our culture. You know, you already did that shit with the Black Lives Matter. We're not doing that shit no more. We already know where this is gonna land to. We already know what this is gonna be. And it's a no. You know, so yeah, that's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna start giving my shout outs. I land. It was a quick land. So shout out to Shabaka, Gullery, Dorsey, Ray, St. Michael's, Tether Hunter. Salute to you, player. Black Snow Bunny King, and our man's from Kick, Robin. Shout out to you, Robin. Salute. And thank y'all for coming back, because I know I had a violation strike, so I couldn't stream for like a whole week. So thank you again. I appreciate everything. And I'll see you Monday. And I will be planning for other. I'm gonna be putting out a poll on a post where seeing what day should we take off so I could do my marketing and stuff. But yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. And I will see you again Monday morning. Everybody take care. See you Monday.